And we're so back, baby.
Are we back?
We barely left. We
Oh,
we stepped
shit.
out on the front porch. We're like, oh, we forgot something. We stepped back inside, and now it's like that part of the party where like you meant to leave, but now some new people showed up, and you're like, oh shit, I can't just leave right now. So let's just kick it down the road a little bit further and hang out for a bit. So this is where we're at.
Gotta turn the oven and all the burners on before I leave this party.
Nice gas line. Would be a shame if you had a leak.
Let's give it a real test.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I'm looking at my music playlist, my that I use for the background music for all these sessions, and oddly enough, I don't know if this is some conspiratorial thing that you've set up for the campaign, but there's a single track that I'm seeing right now. The track is called Neath, and it's actually delisted. You can't play the track itself, despite being listed in the actual, I don't know, playlist.
Fascinating.
So that's odd. That's odd.
How did that happen?
That's fucking deep. That's deep, man.
Mm.
But yeah, man, we left off with I'm in the overworld. I'm in the overworld. I am on a variety of different missions. There's a lot kind of going on as I'm overstimulated and everything is pulling me in different directions, or so I perceive it, but I'm reacting to all of it with patience and trying to take on one thing at a time. Um, I think I have Tink with. I think I have. I gave the Mowgli skull to Amun to potentially perform some dark magics to get my bear friend back. I don't know if it's dark magics. It might be, middle of the road
He's
magics.
he's in proximity at this moment in time, but not with the group exactly. So
Yeah,
he's close by.
yeah. And let's see what else is going on. I also got Ion with me, and I have just reclaimed the Singer of the Web Weaver, and I am in a precarious situation as these executioners slash Knights of Anubis are kind of out and about and looking for someone to give smoke to. Like they're trying to start shit. But I'm not having it. I think I'm not sure. We'll find that. We'll find out once we cross that road. Um, but I think that was kind of largely what we're doing here. A lot of last session was less about the actions taken, but more of uh, character internal monologuing for the lack of action being taken or the restraint being exercised when taken action. So there wasn't a lot of like motion in the lotion in that respect for last episode. So um, maybe we'll have more movement here, but we'll find out as yeah, I think that's a pretty appropriate amount of recap to give for the last session. I mean, I don't know. Is there
We
anything
left
else?
off with. I think you covered most of it. We left off basically with you meeting with Aslam Durai, the chairman Paragon, who has at this point advocated for your uh, entry into the city. I would say, in the most peaceful sense. Now, we left off with you being able to essentially divulge whatever information you choose to do so, and being able to leave out whatever you wish when he truly asks you, "What's your deal?"
What was the gentleman's name? Sorry.
Aslam Durai, and he is a grown tiefling-like man. Probably the most.
What color tiefling?
He is bluish, I believe.
Okay, cool.
He's got a swirly looking little beard, goatee kind of deal, and a pencil like stash. Dressed flashy enough, not embezzled with jewelry and gems like your two sorcerer bodyguards are, but he seems to be pretty modest with just a couple of iron bangles upon the wrists, and it looks like the ankles as well.
Does he look more in the lane of a cleric or a wizard?
It's very difficult to tell. He describes himself as a mage, does not seem to have a focus on him, doesn't have many possessions at all. He's got, looks like a coin purse, uh, looks like an amulet or necklace of some kind that you can't see underneath his fine robes that are just kind of like draping down below, but it doesn't look like it's big enough to be used in immediacy as a spellcasting focus. He seems at ease and attentive at you, but no, you can't really tell necessarily unless you want to roll me a fairly high insight check.
I'll roll an insight check. I'm gonna assess his character. I mean, that's kind of my job, is to make judgments of character and use that information accordingly. So, all right, I'm gonna look him up and down without giving the impression that I'm ogling him, and see what I can learn. And I rolled a natural 10 for a 15.
Natural 10 for a 15. I'm going to say with that, you're able to see how the weave of magic is basically wrapping around him. Let's say we're going into Hunter x Hunter territory right here.
Let's do it.
Sorry for all the listeners who haven't heard it yet, but there's a little thing called Nen. Yeah.
Oh.
Little thing called Nen. It's the magic system, and depending on, the type of magic user you are, will really dictate what kind of reaction and form that your Nen usually takes. I would say that looking at him, you notice one of his hands upon the tips of his fingers is fairly calloused, and the magic oozes off him almost in a peaceful, musical sense.
Interesting. He's harmonic.
Suggesting a bard.
Okay. Well, what I will say is this. What I do recall from last session is that when I grabbed the web weaver, I did announce myself to be arisen. But I did not expound on any details beyond that. So that did happen, but I don't think I would go further into depth beyond that. I think I would let, unless he inquires, I think I would just kind of let it be. And yeah, with my web weaver leaf shield, I'm kind of back to who I am. I'm fully kitted out. I'm not really missing anything except my Mowgli, my general. And that's currently with Amun, or my uncle, I should say. My uncle Amun, Uncle A. And who's the god equivalent of like Uncle Ruckus to me, I think. And
Whoa.
whoa, I'm just kidding. But what's the structure of the temple now that I kind of used my magic to partially repair it?
It definitely has caught the eye of the monks that have been, worshipping this domain for an untold amount of time, and you definitely notice that the elaborations are definitely coming back in full force, almost like the temple's being restored. The obvious biggest point is this gigantic map made of what looks like spectral web that is currently, I believe, the last person you were looking at before you had stepped off. Was it Tangith or was it Ro? It was Tangith, I believe.
It was Tangith. We don't talk about that.
The fading focus of the rock formation in the great burning valley in the Eastful Wastes is slowly beginning to fade from the web into a dull color. And Aslam Darai, while both shocked and in awe at this situation, is focusing more so on you and Ion and Amun from a distance at this point, since you guys exited the temple for a short amount of time. But you can see the map distantly anyways.
Okay. Does Oslam look to be the man in charge around here? Like, is he? Do I get the impression that he is the figure of authority, or is he just kind of a guy?
He does have a pretty decent air of authority about him.
Okay, then. Uh, I would approach him, and I have the wrong track in the background for this, so let me just fix this real quick. Okay. I will approach him, and I will ask if one were to want to make an inquiry with the gods or a particular god, um, how would one go about gaining an audience with them? I see this temple here. Seems to be a very spiritual sanctuary for the worship of particular gods, but in general, I was wondering if you would have insight to provide on how to gain audience with one in particular.
You seek guidance from the gods in a most direct fashion, I assume?
Yes, I do.
I can do my best to give you that option. But it will require some time on my part. I need to make some inquiries and file a certain report.
I'm gonna make an inside check. Who does reports? Oh shit, it's a natural 6 for an 11. An 11. But yeah, I'm trying to see if not necessarily if he's a snitch per se, but if he's gonna be like blabbing about like, hey, look at this group trying to seek an audience with the gods. Look, check out this guy, you know?
What a fucking nerd.
Exactly.
Honestly, cringe. Cringe!
Yeah, unbased.
Cap him in the braces. Whoa.
What?
He looks about and just kind of looks at the monks that are slowly starting to pour back into the temple. You can hear the webbed map just kind of going about as these monks are just kind of taking turns looking at people through it. And slowly but surely they begin filling information and learning new things. Oslam looks over towards one of them, speaks out in a tongue that you don't quite recognize. And one of the monks grabs something from the side and hurries outwards. He looks over to you and he says, I can get you the closest thing to an audience to the gods that I know of tonight, if you'd be so willing to risk yourself in the middle of the night without a ward, but heavily under guard along with myself. I assure you, along with us, you won't have much to fear. But we have a bit of a celebration of life coming up that I feel like, while not obligated to participate in, would be very important for you to be there for it.
I would inquire deeper. What about the nature of it being night yields it to be that that's the only way that this audience can be gained?
In the city of Chiraku, known as the City of Dead, when night falls, certain enchantments and wards upon the city give way, partially due to the influence of the moon serpent himself, Apep. And you see Ion for a split second in time just kind of straightens, but tries not to show too much. His power is great, as is the power of Ra. The city is very magically intuned with majority of the gods themselves, most particularly Anubis and Osiris, given its title. But, as you know, Eset and Thoth have, and he, points at a floating platform going by with a bunch of water glasses, have some influence and some progress done here. Whether you want to call it progress towards laziness or revelation, it's here nonetheless. But the city obeys certain rules and limitations the same way that our spellcasting does. While your rules are different from mine, I'm sure you have plenty.
I see. Well, if that is the only way, then so be it. Um, I will heed your requirements. But until then, I can meet you back here at nightfall, and in the meantime, I can, let's say, explore the city, see what's out and about.
He looks over at you and looks at Ion, smiles. Have you two had anything to eat today?
Inside check. What's this dude trying to feed me? What's in the? Is it fluoride?
He starts digging in his coin purse, and he doesn't pull out a coin itself, but he pulls out this little, like, onyx-colored square that has what looks to be this strange symbol of a mirror, like, shining in, like, with a reflection of a person, basically. If you take this and you show it, but do not give it to anyone in the city, they will feed you for free.
Interesting.
But you must give it back to me.
Okay. I'll do that. I'll do that. I can do that. Then in that case, I will take the piece. I'll proceed with Ion. I'll look over to Uncle A. I'll be like, Amun, do you have intentions of coming with us, or do you have other responsibilities that you need to attend to?
He looks over, healed up but still exhausted. He looks over and he glances at Oslam for a second. I think I could tag along before I go for a little bit of a nap. Get some rest after my morning workout.
Yeah, and I'll put a hand on his shoulder and I'll look at him and I'm like, I'm sure more sunshine will definitely help warm up those brittle bones of yours.
Yeah, he plays with the facade and cracks his neck for a second there. And he, oof. Tinnitus. And just starts, walking over towards a fountain real quick. And begins watering himself.
Good for him. Photosynthesized young king. But I would begin to depart, move on from this temple, and I would proceed forth towards the actual city itself.
Exiting the temple, you start going down the mountain a little ways. Obviously, you come out at the foot of the sarcophagus, basically. That is about 80 feet in height, built either unearthed from the mountain or built into the mountain. It's hard to tell. But going into the city down below, passing by what looks to be a number of messengers, traders, merchants, and families coming to pass worship into the temple, you guys make it down to what looks to be the bazaar, and it is smoky, loud, full of animals. There's a number of alleys and ways with tall buildings built from blue and gray stone. People are pedaling as fast as they can and as loudly as they can. A number of different things like novels of the Tabaxi from Jabaxi. You never know what kind of album you're gonna get. It could either be a
God.
child's book, it could be a smut,
God.
it could be a song book, a picture book. There's a multitude of different kinds. You never know.
Gross.
It's like a Captain Underpants book. No,
Oh my gosh.
this is all the above.
The last 30 seconds have been the worst of any part of any session. No, I'm just kidding.
Seems like even in this city in the middle of the arcane illusory deserts, life is pretty much the same. It's, people are hustling. You see a little street urchins here and there robbing any people that you can see that are nicely dressed, or trying to be a little too snooty with how fast they're walking in the direction of anybody who can't actually deal with the amount of bumping going on. Ion, however, does not have that issue, and anyone who essentially tries to shoulder check her or do anything just kind of gets laid out or starts avoiding her altogether.
That makes sense. Canonically, that makes sense. I think the first thing that I want to do is perceive for any Knights of Anubis or Executioners or anyone that's stalking me, staring at me, ogling me. Cat collars.
Me an ogle. Yeah, give me an ogle perception check.
All right. Fuck. Okay, that's a natural 4 for a 5.
4 for a 5. It's a whole lot of shit. Ion will not leave you alone, asking you what every single article of anything is. Why someone would wear a scarf of that color on their head if they have hair makes no sense to her. She won't give you the time of day to actually focus on the people that could possibly be trailing you or anything of the sort. You see a number of guards passing by here or there. You see a number of what looks to be students similar in the idea of Malice and Joy, but they seem far less dressed, more simple robes, less belts, less scarves, no jewelry at all or any type of gems embolizing anything. You see a number of what looks to be mages, sleeveless robes with hoods on them, kind of low cut, so they show off their abs. These aren't just wizards; they're
sluts.
They're fit. Yeah, they're sluts. We're all sluts.
All right.
The fashion's definitely a lot more comfortable feeling here compared to a lot of places. It seems like people just don't really care to cover up. They're very open with showing their bodies, except for what looks to be spellcasters for the most part. Or I should say, more so the sorcerers that you have met so far.
I think I would want to... I want to find a magical blacksmith of sorts. If that's something I can perceive. I know my perception check was pretty bad, but if there's a shop that deals with kind of blacksmitheries of magical means and shit like that, I would like to inquire about, just doing some research.
I will say, roll me another d20.
Okay.
You could do investigation or perception.
Investigation. We're so back, baby. Holy shit. Natural 20 for a 24.
Oh, okay. All right. You find and locate very quickly in the bazaar a number of weapon shops. Well, you find all of them, really, in reality. You
Yeah,
find them all.
I see it all.
Uh, I would say, are we going for... I'm going to give you the choice at this point because you have the access to everything. Do you want standard, rudimentary magic item shop, weaponry to be specific? But they do sell, simple magical items as well. Do you want the exquisite magic weapon shop, or do you want the black market weapon shop?
I think I would want to start with the exquisite weapon shop, just to see, because I think the request I want to make is kind of specialized, so it requires the means of someone more technically advanced. But if that doesn't pan out, maybe I'll sneak over to the black market and see what's up.
All right. Let me pull up the name here, just so I don't forget it. Look like a phony. I will say, with this, though, you start walking towards this shop, and you start seeing a number of obvious, very clear warriors. Some of them affiliated, some of them unaffiliated with what you see to be the governmental structure here. There are the classic-looking hoplite-like individuals with a breastplate, Greek-like helm. There's a number of more ragtag, what looks like roguish, dexterity-based people who dress very lightly. They got short swords, they got scimitars, they got whips, even. Bladed whips. Quite fascinating. They got, thin axes that they can toss. And they're coming in and out of this one shop that's just alarmingly busy. And it says the Dream of Winter out on the front. Something that you guys
Don't get
in
a lot
Jabaxi can't really... Yeah, you can't really get that.
Yeah. Tank
There are a
would
couple
appreciate
door
this
guards
place.
outside. You would. Or you'd hate it. I don't know.
Who knows? I don't know that guy. Anyways.
But outside of the Dream of Winter, there are two very large guards in immediate full plate outside. They have sphinx-like helmets out across their faces, making their entire persons just obscured. But they're armed to the teeth, looking big. They open the door for anybody who can't get in on their own. So they're, they're just sweethearts.
They assist with accessibility.
Yes.
Good stuff. I will walk in. What do I see?
The first thing you see is snowflakes falling from the ceiling. They have no actual physical form, and if you try to gather them up, you can form what looks to be an illusory snowball. Inside is about a triple-decker shop or so. It seems like it's a whole bigger on the inside than it is the outside. Almost like a library of weaponry and a number of population inside of it as well. You catch a few what looks to be bellhop-looking guys with fezzes that are helping people out. That seems to be the trend here. And they are dressed in fake furs, which look to be illusory outfits.
All these bitches is fake.
Yeah, they're trying to simulate winter and, without having it be cold.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I appreciate the ambiance on display here. I would proceed over to the shopkeep, person running it, or one of the people running it. I'm sure there's multiple people assisting these guests with their needs.
All right. You head over to one of the desks that are placed upon. I'll say that you're on the main floor immediately, so you walk over to the front desk. there's this really, really thin-looking tabaxi man. You're able to tell that because his little illusory coat is not actually like fitted for him. And as he reaches out with his wrists, he's describing weapons to people, you know, the enchantments and such, explaining the metal texture. His wrists are insanely thin. It's terrifyingly thin, and so. Uh, and on occasion, when he reaches out with his left wrist, his like it's almost like his fingers themselves pop off of his hand and begin to float around like Rayman, just no connection whatsoever, and then they pop back onto his hand. And he's able to float his hands here and there, grabbing other weapons from certain racks, and he seems to just be in his element mostly.
Mm. I appreciate the Rayman reference, although it is a very unsettling scene. I'd be caught off guard nonetheless. I would say, good day to you, sir. My name is Isaiah. I am a former paladin of the Jabaxi army, now current wanderer of sorts on behalf of the gods, and I am seeking some special services for some of my armaments, and I was wondering if that is something that the people here at the Dream of Winter specialize in.
The Tabaxi, looking over in your direction at this point, seems to have deep interest in you and your wares. He looks upon you, and you notice his eyes, truly for the first time, past his little hood that he has on. His sclera are black, and his irises are just a pitch yellow. Terrifying in his visage, he looks over at you, drops his hood. You see the symbol of Eset glowing through his fur upon his forehead, and he just stares for a minute and says, "And what exactly would someone like you be looking for? Oh, so aidling of the gods."
Well, if you don't mind, for the sake of comfortability, I would be happy to discuss this further in a more private space and not in front of other shoppers. And I believe privacy is important. So if you take me to a back room, I can show you specifically what I'm referring to.
A private audit for the man with Nagazi's shield. And he points at your leaf shield. He whistles for a second, says something in meow meow to another tabaxi who is far more normal looking than him. Takes unfortunately, his winter coat off, gives it to him in illusory fashion. It just forms into a snowball. He throws it at him, and he's suddenly dressed in it backwards, writes it, and this not tiefling, tabaxi, you see him in his full gauntness, just kind of detaches his lower body from his upper body and floats over the counter, and his legs just kind of walk underneath, and he reattaches himself, and he brings you over to what looks to be a testing room for weapons that's shut. Let me ask you this. Are you bringing Ion and Amun?
Yes, I would bring them with.
All right. So all three of you are in this room with him now. you see what looks to be a makeshift mannequin-like dummy that looks very like real, but more in a cartoonish way to give you the idea that it is not real.
Yeah.
Uh, but it's got a short sword in its left side and it's bleeding from it in cartoonish profuse blood, and it looks like, a minion of Set. It looks like a jackal man that says, give me your soul, give me your soul, give me your soul.
It's not very funny. It's not very funny. I have a whole bat in my backpack. I forgot about that.
You do have Lyman in your backpack.
Let me write that down so I don't forget about that. Lyman is in my backpack. Okay. That's written down, recorded. So I would go up to the tiefling and Tabaxi. My bad. Pardon me.
Catman.
A Catman. What was the name that he used when he described the shield?
He said Nagazi is who he referred it to.
So I would approach the Tabaxi and I would say, like I mentioned, I did inquire about the privacy for the request, and you so brilliantly, in a perfect demonstration of lack of understanding for context clues, drew the attention to the Nagazi shield. So I appreciate that. But part of my request is for the Nagazi shield, and I would set the Nagazi shield, the leaf shield, onto the table. Or if there is a table or a counter in this room, I would set it on there. But I also want to tie this request for this, and I would take out the stinger of the web weaver, and I would set it onto the table, and I would continue on by saying the request is quite simple. While these armaments are important and essential for me, I do believe that they do draw too much attention. And so what I am inquiring is if I were to be fitted for some magical bracers of sorts that could, let's say, hide these armaments so that they're not necessarily on my person, but yet they're still with me. And I think I would take out, I don't even know if I still have this, but I would draw up a schematic of the old version of the old shield that I had before that used to kind of work as like a spring action bracer that like collapses out the shield and kind of reforms it whenever I wanted it summoned. I would do that. I would inquire for something similar for the leaf shield. But the design in question would be a bracer with a bunch of smaller leaves that look akin to the shield itself. And then I would draw up another bracer, and that bracer, instead of the leaves, would have a kind of a lace, a metal lace that kind of gives the impression of a web that wraps around the brace. And these bracers would be the tools that I use to summon my armaments. Now, give me a second here.
The Tabaxi, you ask a lot. Quite a bit of enchantment would need to be done in something with the bracer for a man with one arm.
Shit, I forgot about that part. Yeah, it's shit, good point, dog. Good point. I would say my request is specifically for the bracers. If you are questioning the logistics of how I would use the bracers, I think we can have that conversation, but it's not what I'm inquiring about at at this current time. I will be figuring that out later.
So, you have gold?
I do have gold. I have approximately. Um, I have a measly 20 gold, but more than that, I do have things that I would say that not a lot of other people have, which is favor, and I am very much a man of my word when it comes to upholding my relationship with the gods. So, you know, if you so desire, I could put in a good word for you with the gods.
The Tabaxi looks you up and down. Sezubara has heard this scam before. Oh, Avatar of Horus, before your very eyes, you give me 50 gold. I will make your. He points down at your crotch. Bigger. Horus will do so. Sezubara could make 5 butt napkins out of 20 gold. Sezubara could not even spend a time pissing, enchanting this much material with 20 gold. You come up with at least 10,000 gold. And then Sezubara can begin.
Yeah, but the difference between the paragons of Horus or avatars or of any other god and me is that none of them showed up with this. And I would draw the ire of the web weaver again. And I would say, I know that you are a man of gods, much like me. And I will point towards the symbol of Iset that's on his forehead, and I'll say, I have already gained the favor of Iset already on my journeys, and I would guide his gaze towards the symbol of Iset that's on the hilt of the Stinger of the Web Weaver. So I understand your concern, but I'm either the best scammer in the world and really elaborate with my lies, or you can understand that I'm a paladin who is very good at already upholding his oath, and that would also extend to a man that is also very good at upholding his word. Um, and then I will continue on in Celestial. And if he understands, he understands. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But I'll basically continue on and say, and while I know a measly 20 gold is not nearly the price that needs to be paid for the ask being made here, but there are certain things that can be granted with favor from the gods that cannot be simply bought or acquired with 10,000 gold. So don't get so hung up on the value from material currencies, but think of the opportunity of what could come your way if I were to speak to Iset on your behalf for whatever you may need.
Sezubara looks at you like you think he's an idiot, or he doesn't know if you think he's an idiot and he thinks you're an idiot. He doesn't know. He puts up 2 fingers and he says, "You both wait here. And then he exits the room. And he comes back with another human individual. Fair-skinned, blue hair, dressed in an apron and a hammer in hand. They have a sword, and he puts it on the table. Sezubara needs 10,000 gold. He will show you why. And you see the guy just like looks up at you, and he just like smiles, and he puts the sword on the table. And he's got this very, very large sack of gold on his back, and he begins hammering it ever so slightly with a chisel, and then he starts to really hammer it here and there, and slowly but surely the bag of gold itself is decreasing in size, and the sword itself is slowly but surely filling with enchantments. Sezubara then, once he's done, says, "You see, now." And he walks over to the set minion and just gently sticks the sword in all the way through the armor of the minion itself, through the other side. "The gold is necessary. Needed for enchantment. We are hung up on it. It must be had. You get 10,000 gold, it is done."
I would whisper to my uncle, "How do we get 10,000 gold?"
You see Amun look at you, and he says under his breath,
I'll get 10,000 gold. Or at least 5,000 gold. Give me a few days. He
Thanks.
does not need 10,000 gold.
Interesting. Can I make an insight check to see if this Tabaxi gentleman is lying about the actual 10,000 gold requirement?
Make an insight check.
Because no disrespect to Amun, I just don't know how much he knows about blacksmithing. That's going to be a 10 total.
You never know. Yeah. 10 total. It seems like that was a lot of gold inside of the sack itself that was being used. It very well could be a 10,000 gold worth of enchantment. It's hard to tell, though. The tiefling looks at you with his gaunt face and just says, Listen. Sezubara will do it in the least amount of time compared to anyone else. I talked to Boss. Boss gets more than one enchanter on it.
Well, I can maybe settle for I could potentially settle for 5,000 gold. It would need time to take procurement, but some currency can be upheld for the purposes of enchanting. But until then, I am satisfied with this current condition that they are in, and I will keep moving. I will keep moving. It's okay. It's okay.
You'll see Amun and Ion. Ion at this point has taken off her pack, and she started counting out every coin she has. It's a lot of bronze and silver.
Yeah.
With about like 5 gold or so, and she looks with a very sad, depressed realization of how poor she is. But Amun speaks up and he says, "How about you start working on the bracers themselves, and we will pay that back in a loan with interest.
Yeah.
And Sezubara looks back at you. Interest, and you let me look at this large weapon you have. You give me 1 hour with it.
Um. And he's obviously talking about the web weaver, right?
Yeah, he wants to look at the web weaver.
Can I make an insight check to see if you would want to look at it for malicious needs or desires or anything like that? I just don't trust the Zezubara fella. I'm sorry. I will. That's not that great. 12 total.
12 total. He naturally just looks malicious with how bony he is and strange his body works. But he looks like he is a little bit of a weapon junkie and wants to examine it in full fashion.
Can I place my hand on the hilt of the web weaver and, in air quotes, turn it off? Like, hide all of the sigils and kind of just make it just a Kopesh of sorts?
I'll say that you can hide, well, everything that magically enhances you about it is due to attunement, and as long as you don't drop your attunement, it will be fine. And at this point in time, it's been out of your possession for a large amount of time, and any regular item would have unattuned to you. So you have a good confidence that you will be able to recover it. But outside of attunement, it's still a, plus whatever number weapon it is. That enchantment can't go away.
Okay. So there's no being subtle with it of sorts. Okay. Then that's okay.
You could never contain this weapon.
Yeah, I get it. I'll look at what's his name? Zanzibar?
Sezubara.
I'll look over to Sezubara and I'll say 2% interest and you have a deal.
2% interest. You can be in the room, but you cannot look at me.
God, it's just pervy for some reason. I just don't know. Okay, that's a deal.
All right. He gets out a contract. He signs it himself. He begins the process of. He lets you pick out a set of bracers that you want the enchantments to be upon. It's a very standard, you get a blank bracer. They give you this magical sand enchantment thing that you can create whatever design you want inside of it and then imprint it onto the bracer itself.
Hard.
Very factory style.
Very nice. I would like that. I would very much like that. Before I sign anything on the contract, I would like to read it because I have certain experiences pertaining to Tink and Diver Prescott that make me concerned when pieces of paper that involve a signature are out. So I'm going to read it for loopholes, any gotchas, any type of, if you fart the wrong way, you sacrifice your soul to me or something like that.
Yeah. I'll say that his observing of the Kopesh is happening in the hour of you, going through the paperwork, getting your weapon license official in the city, that kind of bullshit.
Is that registered?
Yeah, I was going to say. It's registered if you are a government employee. They'll ask you if you want to sign up for the rewards program.
God, fuck that.
We
have an app.
Yeah, we have an app. They'll ask you if you want any rice crackers while you wait in water. Ion will say yes. They'll allow you to go into a music room where you can go over the paperwork. Sezubara is like taking out a lot of measurement tools. He's casting molds of this Kopesh. And the hour goes by. They create like a rudimentary Kopesh. It's way too heavy. It just breaks. Like it's Kopeshes of that size are like the Buster Sword of Cloud from Final Fantasy VII. If
Yeah.
you were to ever swing a sword like that and try to like stop it, it would snap in half because the weight is just too much.
Yeah. It has inertia.
So you see Sezubara both frustrated and fascinated by the make of this weapon. They're cutting the walls with it. At one point in time, they argue, things go on. You roll me an investigation check on the contract for potential loopholes.
Fuck me. Natural 2 for 6.
Seems pretty cut and dry. You cannot sue Winter Dream LLC for any type of cause of death caused to you by any enchantment that they make, so on and so forth. They got it all insured. There's a certain clause about if you try to get revenge, you will be abandoned for 6 hours in the Illusory Desert, which usually results in death. Either by scarab or monster, it doesn't matter. They're legally able to essentially just, in case of you being displeased, you'd have to go through a 6-month return policy kind of deal. Go through some safety courses. You'd have to become an employee for a short amount of time. They got some loopholes like that. Yeah.
Fuck. All right. Well.
But you're never coming back, so more than likely you'll never have this issue.
Yeah. Yep. I'll allow the terms. I will sign.
They bring out mini sausages on toothpicks.
Thank you. The amenities are wonderful.
Yeah, it's a nice shop, actually. Sezubara himself is a, creepy
Suspect.
looking
Yeah.
suspect guy, but, the place itself is, good in nature.
Yeah.
And, Amun departs shortly after you signing it because he needs to get a hustle on right now. Ion is piling in. She's created a tiny boat made out of the toothpicks from all the sausages that she has partaken in, and you got your things all signed up and ready to go.
All right.
The Kopesh is returned, and you're good.
Okay. So now that the Kopesh is returned, how long would I have to wait for the bracers?
Sezubara says it will be done in 5 days, and that'll be it.
Okay. Then I will have to simply wait, and I will exit the shop feeling accomplished, spending Uncle's money. The moral quandary of nepotism and how it plays into my oath. I try not to think about it. It's a lot. A lot of moral ambiguity there of what's right. Just using your uncle for all that type of shit. But oh well. I will keep going forward, and I will keep going around the black market, and I'm gonna see if I can find someone that specializes with clay.
In the black market. The bazaar?
I would say the bazaar.
The black market is a very different place.
No. I'll go to the bazaar.
You find a couple of clay, rudimentary geomancers that specialize in it here and there. There's some standard artists that work with clay. There seems to be a lot of, looks like, orcish population that's working with clay around here these days.
Okay.
They got a certain way that they work with it.
They just know how to knead that shit.
They do. They got it down.
I will approach one of the orcish geomancers, and I'll inquire about if there's any way to make if you can dye clay to mimic rocks or anything like that.
This large, spectacled, orcish man. He's got like a little Aladdin vest on, uh, nicer pants, and he's obviously his forearms, hands are just covered in clay. He can work on clay and use geomancy to work on other clays at the same time. And he just about your inquiry. Make it look like rock because it should be rock, or you want something else? Are we talking small scale, medium scale, large scale? Do you want it to just be magic? Do you want it to be illusory magic, enchantment magic?
I want a real, not non-magical, really good fake, and I would take out the Aslam Darai's little onyx-colored token that he provided me, and I would say I need a fake of this.
He'll take it and look at it, and he begins crafting one as best he can. I'm gonna roll to see how close he can get it down. Yeah, he gets a 12, and he's got like a +5 to that, so he gets this clay going, and he's able to essentially form it into the form of it itself pretty well. The color is ever so slightly off on the emblem of the mirror and the face inside of it.
Okay. Then cool. I will take that. How much would that cost?
That'll just be 1 gold.
I will take the... I'll give him 1 gold. I'll do that. Then I'll take that. And then with that, I will go to the black market.
Okay.
And I want to just see what's up. Look around. Just see what I can find.
Heading down into the further slums of the city itself, it definitely gets a little more dicey down here. There's fewer and fewer people you see outside, and those you do see outside are essentially lurking a little bit. Either distantly, you'll see them in single form, and anytime you see people close up, it's usually a decent number of individuals. Very large warriors, a couple of dragonborn here and there. Ion just kind of like mean mugs every single person that gets too close
Beautiful.
to you and your party in general. And eventually, after since you already rolled, your shop roll, someone is willing to give you any type of instruction on where you would need to go and what kind of shop are you looking for at this point.
I would inquire for what is available in terms of shops, just at a high level, because I don't think I've ever really been to a black market.
There's a number of dealers depending on what you're looking for. They don't generally work with, everything. But there's a guy that if you want something illicitly magical, he can get you that. There's a guy who can get you poisons. There's a guy who can get you scrolls, potions. There's one specific lady who works in any type of armor or some type of accessory that could give you a magical little gift here or there. I will say, as you start walking down, Isaiah, you do pick up a couple symbols. Symbols. Feywild in nature, marking this hag with 3 heads. Basically being depicted on what looks to be like the globe of the world, like a map, and all 3 of the faces are laughing. And you've seen this picture here or there whenever you essentially just pass down an alley, and you can only see it with your left eye.
Oh.
There is another person who will help you bring someone back to life as well. They're willing to do so. Kind of a spit in the face of the, what do you call it? The executioners, the zealots, as of recently. There's some people who have not taken too kindly to their decision to take the risen away from them in the modern life.
I think when I make the notice of the hags with my special eye, I think that's what I would inquire about is anywhere that does eye replacements. Any body shops in the most literal sense?
A surgeon or a artificer of sorts.
Yeah. Yep. That's kind of what I'm looking for, if that's available.
I will say, roll me a perception check real quick.
All right. Cocked. Natural 18 for a 19.
18? Okay. I'm going to say that this journey that you've done with the shopping has taken up most of the day. This more than likely will be your last stop, but you can find yourself walking through a couple passageways, a couple corridors. You have to climb down what looks to be like a old abandoned house and then crawl through a sewer system, and eventually you're led to what looks to be a doctor's office of sorts that is just hanging off the edge of a cliff towards the outskirts of the city.
Jeez.
And the door itself is sealed the same way that your tavern-like bar was sealed in the middle of the night. You see this floating blue symbol that's visible for anybody to see, warding the door.
Okay. So wait, it's warding the door? It can I knock on the door without getting smited?
You go over towards the door. You put a hand out, and it seems like you can touch the door.
Okay. Then I will I'll knock on the door. I'll knock on the door.
All right, you knock on the door. For a split second in time, nothing goes by. A minute passes, and then suddenly a bird flies around from the corner and just like drops a parchment and lands close by. And it says, "What do you want?"
I will detail the request as very plainly as possible, which is this eye of mine has unfortunately came into it has been hijacked, commandeered, co-piloted by a coven of hags. And unfortunately, I cannot allow this. So I need to replace the eye. I have no problem with the disposing of my eye, but it's the replacement part that I would need assistance with, unless there's a way that you guys can figure out to disenchant my eye without having it get poked out. That would probably be preferable, but you know, I'll write that, but like in a shorter form, not monologuing and talking like that. But it'll be the
All right. The bird caws at you and takes the letter back around, and a decent amount of time passes by, and eventually the enchantment itself just kaputs. And it creaks open, but just cracks, and no one else proceeds from the door.
okay. I would take a step in. Just to clarify, I did have Amun and Ion with me.
Amun is no longer with you at this point. He went off to do his thing,
Cap.
seemingly to
Okay.
go get the money.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, I was just communicating that everyone would be with me. If Tink would follow, I guess I would also allow that as well.
Yep. There was a little bit of a small bit of tension between the bird and Tink, the familiar,
Yeah.
for a second.
The familiar known as Tink.
It was it was tense. It was tense.
Awesome. Then I will go inside and what do I see?
Well, inside, you're initially met with what looks to be a relatively clean, very clean, cleanly house, given the amount of degradation that you've passed by getting through here. And you see what looks to be a dwarven woman of sorts, just kind of waiting on the other side of this room. She has what looks to be like a dentist-like chair that can recline, and a number of different tools, potions, and other things that she has at her disposal of medical means. She looks over at you as you walk in, and she says, "No, don't rush too soon. We have to be very careful about this sort of deal. So you have a hag tapping into your life, eh?"
Yes, I do, and it's a long story, but suffice to say, I would like the eye removed.
I'm not here to ask any questions. I'm going to cast spells. Do you understand that? I'm not meaning any harm. I have security in place. If you try anything, we're gonna put you down and we're gonna collect your body for parts, okay?
I understand. This is
Full
purely
disclosure.
transactional, and
Yes.
if it's any consolation, I am beholden to my oath to talk out confrontations before I seek violence. So hopefully, if your spells are violent, I hope to seek a reasonable solution that doesn't invoke violence on my behalf.
Well, that's very refreshingly honest. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I feel like honesty is a very underutilized tributation when it comes to negotiations. Most black market doctors would just tell you, "Oh no, I have nothing going on," and then oftentimes they'll, botch an operation and then kill you. But I am being fully open with you. If you try anything, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to sell your parts, and I'm going to make a lot of money off of it. However, I don't like anything to do with these Moragites or whatever they call them. So, which eye is it?
And I'll usher to my left eye.
Okay. She starts casting a few spells in the area.
In my
One of them
head,
lights up the room itself. And yeah, you can continue.
no, I was just gonna say that in my head while this is going on, just picture like in my cerebellum, I'm envisioning, you know, myself back in the Hag Coven and in a similar position where I was restrained to a chair and they were fucking with me and trolling me. Except this time I'm sitting in the chair and I'm not restrained and I'm holding like kind of two middle fingers towards the hags, like a fuck you, bitch, you know, fuck you.
Yep.
I'm getting my lick back, kind of, sort of. It hurts, but we'll do it. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about how they're feeling on the other end. The hags are thinking on their end, I should say.
Yeah. The doctor herself, she will eventually ask you to remove anything you want removed before she takes a real close look of you in the chair. She's dressed in what looks to be an apron, red apron to make it the most efficient one possible. She's got very tan skin, very pale blondish hair. She seems to be focusing on some type of like magnification in one of her like eyes, where she's like very highly focused with a glow in one of her eyes to actually look at you and observe things. You can kind of see like a little targeting system for her and her scalpel. I'll tell you what, young man. When it comes to paying the bills, this is honestly the best type of job that I typically do is just removals. It's just removals. Hag removals is a different deal, but there's a lot of enchantments that go into sorcerers and other mages of the sort that really puts a damper and a restriction on their powers. So I tend to usually do those kinds of things, which is why you know, the runaround happens. And I had people watching you to make sure that you weren't, one of them.
I completely understand. Just because it's the black market doesn't mean we can't exercise a little bit of class and transparency. And so I just want to be a good customer because with what we are dealing with here on a transactional level is very sensitive. So just want to make sure that we're on the best of terms before conducting something like this. So I appreciate it nonetheless.
So she starts casting basically a modified form of identify on your body to see if she can identify where this thing is.
My eyes in my head, silly.
Yeah, she starts at your eye, and eventually you feel a small degree of pain in your back. And you feel the connection between the nerve of your left eye and this thing that was implanted in your back by that bone hag.
Okay.
As it begins to identify itself or become identified, you can feel the self-realization of itself being exposed, and it starts to move inside of your person and giving you the most queasy, disgusting feeling you could possibly imagine.
Okay. Let me see something real quick.
So give me a Constitution saving throw to see if you can sit still for this situation here.
Natural 7 for an 11 total.
11. It is very difficult for you to stay still at this point. You feel this thing has been slowly feeding off of you, staying alive, and it's struggling to stay safe at this point in time as she's trying to tag it, essentially, with a modified fairy fire to mark it.
What race is this doctor?
She's a dwarf.
She's a dwarf? Okay. Then this is what I'm going to do. Because now that there is like something within me that's kind of fucking with me, whether that's a bug or a virus or something. It's not good, and it more than likely came from the hags. So I'm gonna do something that I should have done 4 sessions ago, and
Oh boy.
I'm gonna cast protection from good and evil on myself. To
Oh.
limit the ability of whatever is inside me from fucking with me.
All right, you cast that spell. In the meantime, I am going to take a short break real quick to do something. I need to go refresh my drink, and I gotta go take care of something that I was asked to do real quick.
Let's do it. Okay, so my eye's getting yoinked. Or it's getting
Your
spelled
eye,
on.
your eye is getting spelled on to identify the source of the problem, more so than just eliminating the eye
Yeah.
initially.
Yep.
So, in time, she is able to, with your casting of protection against good or evil, I will say, give me another con save with advantage at this point.
Both of them high, natural 16 and 17 for 21 for the highest roll.
You feel the movement slowing down to a snail's pace inside of your body, and she's able to fully flesh out the entirety of this creature inside of your person. You hear Ion just kind of worriedly gasp, and she asks Ion to help hold you down while this procedure is proceeding. You'll see the doctor begin to apply some type of syringes to you, and you feel absolutely no change. And she just... I'm sorry. You're still awake. This is odd. Do you have a high tolerance towards poisons and other medicines?
I do have a high tolerance to poisons. As far as medicines, I don't know. I've always been one that could heal myself, so I'm not really the biggest medicine taker.
I'm finding it very difficult to put you under for this operation. You're going to, at this rate, have to be operated on while you're awake.
I assume that risk.
She looks at Ion. Hold him very tightly. And she begins to go to work on
Bless you.
removing your left eye at this point in time. You feel the initial struggle within your person, and suddenly your vision in your left eye just goes blank as your nerve is, well, once your eyeball is removed from your head, your nerve just kind of shuts down, so you can't see, unfortunately, outside of it. And you feel the struggling creature itself attached to the nerve of your eye beginning to be extracted. And Ion just starts, oh, oh God, oh, crying out in disgust. The doctor just keeps proceeding, gritting her teeth. She seems to be casting spells on this thing, incinerating pieces of it here and there that are lashing out at her with firebolt cantrips, produce flame, you name it. And eventually this thing is, after a number of agonizing minutes, it's removed from your eye. And it is contained in what looks to be a glass jar of sorts. She proceeds to begin reattaching your left eye into the body itself. And Ion suggests that you, Isaiah, you should probably use some of your own ability to do so to fix this.
Um, that's the thing. I don't know, like, with what severity it takes to like reattach an eye and get it kind of functioning and going. So I guess I would just use like to boot. I would probably just start with like 5 healing points of lay on hands to get this eye thing going.
You get the 5 healing points dumped in. That would be the bare minimum. I'm going to say give me a con save. It's going to be a 15 DC.
Slightly less than a 50-50 shot, but you just gotta believe, man. You just gotta believe. Holy fucking shit, Ray. That is a natural 20 for a 24.
Okay. You lose 0 vision from that eye. Your eye is fully intact. It's better than it's ever been.
We're fucking back to 20/20 vision, bitch.
And yeah, you're good. And you are beheld with the Doctor Ion in full HD 4K 8K.
Oh my gosh.
And the doctor will essentially start giving you any type of antiseptics, which you actually don't need because you're a paladin and you're immune to all disease whatsoever. The little monstrosity is this disgusting, like, mass of looking like disgusting seaweed with the blossom and this pinkish purple looking slitted eye at the very center of the blossom, and it's wreaking havoc inside of this jar. Just try to get out.
Hmm. I will take the jar if the surgeon would allow me to.
You reach for the jar or inquire upon it. She puts a hand on the jar and says, I have done what I needed to do for you. Now, what can you do for me?
I look at her and I look at the jar, and I would say, well, instinctively, I would like to say that I could help you gain the favor of the gods, but I figure a woman in your line of business with your line of work would actually prefer to be out of the, pardon the pun, the eye of the gods. So I think I can part ways with this hag abomination that was imparted on me, if you would like to see, if you would call that good in terms of a form of payment. Otherwise, if there are general things that you may need, I'm perfectly fine with negotiating, as seeing that you've done already a tremendous amount for me.
She looks at you, Ion, and the little hag monstrosity, and she just considers the situation. I'll probably grind this thing up and see what kind of effects I can get from maybe its blood or dried parts or anything of the sort. But I think that I could very much so use you. And she points at the companion that you have with you, Ion. You have a pretty strong grip, and I think that someone like you could be very useful at maybe offering a little more security to me when I have my, well, other clients. I don't have a lot of return clients, obviously, because once something's removed, it's just gone. But I need more security in reality.
Um, I would look at Ion, and then I would look towards the surgeon, and I would counter propose that sorry, unfortunately, I have a strict anti-poaching policy, um, as this is someone who is kind of my security and protector. It's kind of a reciprocated relationship, and so I don't believe I can allow Ion to be in your services, at least for the foreseeable future, as we still have a multitude of missions to go forth in which I would need her assistance. But if, long term in the future, if that is something Ion desires for herself, I have no problem if she seeks, seeks to aid you in your business.
I'll pay you 500 gold per gig. She looks at you.
Um,
And I got about maybe 4 or 5 more tonight, depending on how things go and how fast we can go.
how about this? I can, for free, offer my personal services to assist with those other jobs. But once we hit the evening, I must depart as I have business at the temple that I must take care of.
Well, it's pretty late at this point, so the offer is going to be agreed to either here or never. And I don't really need you, although your healing hands are pretty nice. That does make me look a little less, however.
Hmm. Then
Ion speaks up. I can't go too late in the night, unfortunately. If you have some day shifts, I might be able to help out with those ones, possibly. The doctor looks back at you. Is that okay? Is she allowed to help me during the day?
I would ask that you reconsider this abomination that you found within me. I mean, I don't think, not that I know much about your business or field, but I don't think you come across these every day. So
Oh, I don't.
me,
I do definitely do not.
me settling with imparting this abomination onto you, I think, is a well worthy price of admission, just for the sake of what you may seek to gain out of it through your experiments. Uh, so, like I said, um, while Ion, I appreciate you offering your services. I think you are of more value next to my side than facilitating uh, further operations. And I wouldn't sell yourself short, Doctor. You seem to have been already getting by just fine. And considering you already have 6 more jobs tonight, you seem to know how to deal with high volume and a wide variety of clients. So, again, I would encourage to take this thing in a jar that I originally was going to take for myself. I was going to take that as a worthy uh, compensation.
All right. Well, it's a shame, but I suppose I will take this little seaweed thing and maybe I'll eat it. I don't know.
I don't recommend it. It didn't feel good inside me. I don't think it'd feel good inside you either.
It's not going to be alive, but I understand. Well, please exit my office. You hear the door just creak open on its own. I will be cleaning up this, pointing at the viscera upon the small table and such.
Okay. Then I will depart. I will depart.
You guys exit the building. It is beginning to set
What?
into night eventually.
Oh.
Yes, it sets here.
What the?
Hey, what's up?
Can I hang out?
Surgery? That's weird. That's weird, man. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Cool story, bro.
You guys exit the slums themselves. Ion's like, we should go to a bookstore before things close down, or other things open up, or however things happen in this part of the city, because I've not really been down here, and I don't think I want to stick around when night falls.
Well, then, let us go. You held me down during surgery. I'll hold you down to a bookstore run.
You guys run to a bookstore. She makes a big purchase of a history book and a lot of books focusing on what you understand to be depictions of Apophis, Apep, and, Night Serpent in variety of different tales and such. Looks like she's trying to make inquiries upon her patronage or parentage.
I will also look for a book here. I would look for a book regarding the legends of Jabaxi, particularly any that deal with a certain figure that I've heard of in the past, referred to as Akka, and I would see if the bookstore had anything regarding the story of Akka.
I will say that you are able to find a couple of books depicting, a number of different heroes throughout the time and some tales, and you find a book of just variety of legends. It'll be about 1 silver.
I'll pay for that. I'll pay for that.
Getting both books. Well, all of Ion's as well.
Yeah. Books of Apophis / Apep and book on heroes. Okay. And yeah. What can I find in this book of heroes regarding Akka, if anything?
Doing a quick search for Akka, you're able to find a chapter upon a Ajami warrior that came to Jabaxi long ago from foreign land who started using her visage in a way to gain fame and glory, essentially, depicting herself as Horus himself. Obviously, this was seen as blasphemy, and once it was eventually brought to the attention of the gods themselves, either due to messengers, mice, any type of animals that spread the word of this false god to Horus, Akka found herself in the Illusory Deserts and was humbled by the sheer just presence of Horus in mortal form. Now, this is where things get a little dicey, is it's not certain on Horus actually just showing up in the material plane himself, Akka being brought to a godly plane of the Duat itself, or Horus showing up in the form of an avatar. It's left up to interpretation.
Interesting.
But it was easily described as this young warrior was boisterous, very much so feeling herself and running with the glory that she was getting, was placed in a position where instead of reaching out with punishment, the gods gave her an opportunity to leave the lands and get glory in the name of Horus himself. She returned many times to Jabaxi for certain events, and then one time she never came back.
Okay. Interesting. I will, with this knowledge, I will proceed forward. I'm probably like reading and walking with Ion. Does Ion know how to read? Not to be rude.
Yeah, she knows how to read enough.
Good. Good. God bless. Then we will proceed back towards the temple and see if we can't find our boy, Aslam.
Aslam Darai is located in the temple itself. Deep in the mountain, once again, you will see Melody, you will see Joy, or not Melody, Malice. You see Malice, you see Joy. They are dressed in what looks to be a more humble form of uniform for them. Aslam himself has actually dressed up quite a bit more, wearing face paints, armed at this point in time with what looks to be a small drum. He greets you as soon as you return. Not located in this area is Amun. He seems to be still AWOL as of late. A number of things is that the monks and priests you saw as you were passing through as night is beginning to fall, they are each casting spells of wards upon the houses and residential areas for the civilians in the city itself, and guards have begun their patrols in the middle of the night. Things are getting more and more lively as you make it towards the temple until you see Aslam and the group proper, and he invites you towards a what looks to be teleportation circle upon the ground. Right on time.
Yes, it's been a day, but we got a lot accomplished here. Um, Tell me now, what are the next steps?
The next steps between you and us is something of a realization. Pardon me, but we are going to be needed for a ceremony. It's of a heavy heart that we have to have you participate in appearance here. I want you to know that no matter what happens, we're doing this with kindness in our heart and a need for you to understand what has been sacrificed to make sure that you made it here tonight. It's not meant to be a slight, but more of an education. And eventually the priests begin to carry a wrapped body, the body of what looks to be someone who's been recently mummified, towards the teleportation circle. And he beckons you and Ion to step inside of it and take hands in the circle itself as the body is laid at the very center. Malice and Joy reach out hands towards you as well.
I will comply, and I will take their hands.
Oslam enters towards the center of the circle and begins playing his drum and casting teleport on all of you. And suddenly you are shunted to what looks to be a place outside of the city. Floating above, you see the city a little bit ways in the distance, the light's still there. You see at this point in time a nearby mountain with flags in a circle at the top of it, and you see a crowd of people walking towards what looks to be a pyramid-shaped barrier, like a force cage almost, and a not parade, but a delegation of people are walking with candles in the night.
Interesting.
And Oslam, Joy, and Malice start picking up the body and carrying it towards the... Well, it's a celebration of life, but it's also a party, if we're being honest. There's a number of people drinking, there's a number of people playing games with each other. A myriad of interesting individuals are at foot here. There seems to be an amount of mages, not sorcerers, but dressed in the same way that you saw before, of sleeveless cloaks, black hoods, attempting to hide an appearance behind a mask, but you can only hide so much of your face before you give away the fact that I need to take a drink and expose most of it. One thing that's most important, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw for one particular individual that has an effect on everyone around them.
That's a 5 for a 13.
5 for a 13. You are placed in the vicinity of this insanely beautiful woman. She is dressed modestly, except for a bit of a low-hanging cleavage.
Whoa!
Exposure.
Whoa!
She is shorter. A very nice, neat tan upon her, and white, pale hair that has been so sun-bleached from magic, it would appear. She has a bit of an aura of people just biding her every wish. Upon her face are these black onyxes in the same gem-like form that you see on your friends Malice and Joy. I will say that Malice and Joy themselves don't seem to be affected by this magic at this moment in time. I am also going to roll for Ion to see if she's affected. She is head over heels for this woman. She is enamored by her beauty. She has a number of coins embroidered in her hair. She has a very deep golden lipstick. And she looks over at you and the coming body and...
What? Oh.
Just looks so sad. Yeah. She just looks so mournful and sorrowful, and all you feel is the desire to go over and assure her it's going to be fine. It's not something you have to obey, but it's just a desire.
What is Oslam, Malice, and Joy doing?
Oslam, Malice, and Joy are currently carrying this mummified body over towards what looks to be a sarcophagus. You see what looks to be a woman who is holding the hand of a smaller human child. She is wearing a veil over her face. She looks to be mourning and has been given a standing precipice area where she can look upon the body itself. Music is playing as they are bringing this body towards the sarcophagus.
I would encourage Ion to not go to the lady directly and stay the course with us, and I will proceed to go forward with Oslam, Malice, and Joy.
But she might need me. She's so
And I would,
sunset like.
with my single gauntlet, I will grip Ion's forearm and say, "At present time, we need you more than that woman needs you." But
She'll shake her head and nod.
yeah. And I'll just say, I'm sure she'll appreciate it, but for now, we must be focused at the task at hand.
You see Oslam begin this funeral rite for the fallen master. Pardon me. Kumasi. Captain Kumasi.
Coom. Oh,
Yeah. Kum.
right. I'm getting sus of
You already did.
the words
You
you're
already
using.
did.
Um. Oh.
He gives a standing eulogy attesting to his glorious sacrifice, doing what heroes do, giving his life for the savior of not only his students, but the total strangers that came in need of his services. I'm not going to go through the whole monologue speech because only some people are focusing on that. Others are weeping and giving their best not to weep. Joy is full blown a mess, and Malice himself lets one tear go and just manages to gather himself as best he can. But the woman who is giving off this aura of just admiration, or hard to place a word for it. It's not just a lust for her, but it's just an enchantment is the best way to describe it. She's very enchanting. She herself does begin to bring herself to tears, but holds it together as best she can.
I would whisper. No, I won't. It's not the appropriate time. Can I make an insight check for any sussy bakas or anything that's
Yes.
out of line? I know this is somewhat funeral procedure, and we're dealing with a mummy here, but you know, shady
No,
shit
this is-
happens.
This is a proper place to do so.
That is a 21 total.
As many eyes that are focused on the proceedings ahead, there are plenty of eyes focused directly on you, Isaiah. There seems to be a number of individuals that you see that are focusing and taking pieces and observations out of you in a social, magical, and perceptive standpoint. A number of them being these black-hooded, sleeveless individuals. It's hard to see anything but their eyes through the mask, but majority of them, if they're not focused on the funeral, they're not partying, they're just looking at you. But they're keeping their distance for the most part.
Okay, then I would whisper to Ion as discreetly as one can during a proceeding like this. A couple of the figures that have eyes kind of set on me. Oh, set. Oh shit. Eyes set on me. Get down. Eyes set on me, and to keep an eye back on them, but to try and be discreet about it.
Eventually, Isaiah, as you're awkwardly mingling as best you can.
How dare you?
Yes. The most interesting individual of the group comes forward, this large armored centaur.
Okay.
with no fineries to be seen. Battle dressed armor, seemingly slightly polished for the occasion. Moves forward with a drooping mohawk, number of scars across the face and on the back. Comes forward and places a hand out towards you to introduce themselves.
Inside check. Natural
Okay.
17 for a 22. How sussy does he look? Does he look wholesome? Does he look like he wants to rip my single arm out of its socket? What does he look like?
I will say first I'm going to roll a d12.
Mmm.
So that's important.
The most important roll.
Give your d12s love, everybody. He looks kind of oafish. He's like he's very clearly a centaur on this floating island kind of deal that has to be careful in where he's walking, due to him just not really fitting in with the idea of like, other bipedal individuals having parties and activities about. He's stepping on some things here and there, dressed in this nice green armor that's golden, with emblems here and there. You see what looks to be a emblem of Horus upon the chest and back of the centaur. They have longish hair in the form of a mohawk that droops down across the back, and they are darker complected, and interestingly enough, their teeth seem to be dyed black.
Oh,
Uh,
interesting.
Pupils in the shape of what looks to be a spear and a shield in either eye, looks forward towards you and just kind of speaks to you in Sylvan. And I don't think you can understand that language, but
I cannot.
he looks a little confused for a second, and then he formulates himself back in Jabaxi for a second. I apologize for my presumption. I took a look at you and I thought I saw just a twinge of Feywild magic, and I took a guess. I apologize.
Um, I would forgive him. But I would say that in Celestial. And once, does he speak Celestial?
Yeah, he'll greet you again in Celestial. Blessings of Horus.
Um, and I would say it's been a long, long time since I've seen another follower of Horus, and I feel at present time seen, unlike certain situations in the past. So it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Isaiah.
I am Raima, first captain of the city of Jiraku. I am in charge of security tonight, and I am looking forward to meeting everybody I can. This is the first time I've been inside of the city in a long time, not on the fields. I am a little confused on what I'm seeing with these funeral rites and all these magics. I find myself out of place. I come from a more humble form of combat. Horus has given me great strength over these years, and I plan on paying it back by putting it to good use.
Yes, Horus has granted me different types of blessings, I would say, but I definitely intend to honor him by making the right choice when it comes to it.
I've come to ask you, my friend. I've heard such rumors about you, with you confirming few of them to be facts. You are a paladin of Horus. Is this true?
This is true. This is true. Formerly of the Jabaxi army, but as life took its many twists and turns, I left for a period of time. But I'm here now, and that's part of my mission now is to kind of make things right for the time that I was away.
Isaiah, you notice that a few eyes of the other folk, the non-mages, have focused on you now that Rima has come forward with greeting you. And you feel the grip of his hand shaking yours. And he doesn't let go of your hand for a second. He just says, "May I ask you a favor, just to assuage my own worries?"
Depending on your favor, I see no problem, but let's keep our favors for a first time meeting and speaking to be conservative, let's say.
If you'd be so kind to lift your tongue and open your mouth for me, that is all I desire. If you could do so in a laugh even, that would make it seem more casual than anything else. And he starts laughing.
Um,
Doing the exact thing he wants you to do.
yeah, I think I will. I think that's a pretty modest ask, so I will appease that. I'll do a performance check to try to mimic a similar laugh that conveys what's underneath my tongue to him. And yeah, let's see. Fuck it, we ball. All right, performance. Come on, charisma build. Oh my fucking goodness. That is gonna be a natural 1 for a 4.
Natural 1 for a 4. I mean,
On my
your
performance
laugh
check.
is
My laugh is
your laugh-
dog shit or something.
your
I don't
laugh
know.
is a little off. You start choking on the air for a second in time, and he immediately moves forward and starts patting you on the back really hard. So does Ion. She almost knocks you down a little bit. It does make a little bit of a scene, and even Aslam Darai is like, "What?" He looks back over at you, and he sees you with Rima, and he's just like, "What the fuck is going on over there?" He finishes up with his monologue, and Rima looks at you with a very split second of seriousness, and then he just continues on and begins to smile, and he says, "Wonderful. If I don't see you for the rest of the night, I would just love for you to do your best to stay safe. Don't wander off the platform unescorted. And please have a wonderful night." And begins to back up. You hear, truck noises. Beep, beep, beep.
Clear, clear.
Yeah. Wide load. And starts his patrol on greetings, essentially. It seems like a lot of people avoid him. They don't really particularly like his presence. But Ion just kind of goes, "What a nice man."
Yeah, I was kind of shocked that you wanted to see my tongue. I don't know what's up with that, but
That is strange.
yeah, maybe it's a cultural thing. I can't say I know many centaurs.
Maybe he likes you. Have you considered that?
I look towards Ion and I say, no, Ion, I did not consider the person that just met me for the first time likes me.
She, she's got a book with her, and she's like, "There's a lot of depictions in here of true love being absolutely 100% sure on the first sight. And look, she goes to the back. It says they live happily ever after, so, you know.
Is this one of the books of Apophis we just bought?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right. There's so many lore questions at stake here. I don't know what's going on, but
Yeah, there is.
I'll look to Ion, and I don't want to crush her dream, so I say Ion, it could be the case that it was love at first sight for him, but for me personally, I do not think it was love at first sight for me.
Gotcha. Maybe it goes one way sometimes and not just both. That makes a lot of sense. I understand that everybody is different, but maybe give it time.
Yes. Yep. But how about you, Ion? Have you ever felt love at first sight?
Well, I don't think I have yet. There are some people that I have been told are there is one, and she looks over at the most beautiful woman in the world who's completely enamoring everybody around her. But it feels like a lot of people feel that way at the same time. So that seems wrong. It doesn't seem like it's supposed to work that way. It feels like it's supposed to be a case of reciprocation, usually. And there's just something going on here that's not right. So I'm going to say that it's a possibility, but no, I don't think I have.
Okay. Okay, well, let me know if you get any changes on those feelings as our adventure continues.
I'm going to go get food.
Go get food. Wait, is this Ray getting food or Ion getting food?
Ion's getting food.
Okay.
Ion separates from you to join a little bit of the party festivities. Eventually, Joy and Malice finish up with their proceedings. They give their blessings towards the widowed woman and their child at this moment in time. And you see Joy go back to what looks to be a number of relatives that are currently in presentation as well. One of them seems to be dressed in the similar garb that she is. It looks to be her mother, who is also a sorcerer of sorts. Malice, however, goes in the direction of Ion.
Before Malice leaves, I will pull on his garment and I'll whisper in his ear and I'll say, Ion is currently seeking food right now. If you have the cheese, then you must deliver it. Swiftly.
He covers the view from her, and he shows you a satchel that he has of amalgam of cheeses.
He's fucking strapped. That's my boy. Yep. That's my boy.
He daps you up, and takes a deep breath. Oh, shit. Here we go. All right. And he strides forward.
I wish him the best of luck.
Some proceedings go by here and there. A number of people introduce themselves to you and ask you about, where you're from, what your culture's like. They want to, just get to know who you are, and they find it to be interesting. There's a few other individuals that introduce themselves as other travelers that have made their way through the Duat. Very scarred, clearly, in the way that we have described in previous sessions, with blotches upon the skin themselves. And they find it very fascinating that they have ended up here. Some of them not even from Jabaxi itself, some of them from Eastvilgen, mostly.
Interesting.
But all of them mostly appreciative of, the condolences that they've been given in this place.
I would like to start talking to the people and just start inquiring about who exactly here is getting buried. Who is this funeral proceedings about?
Eventually someone will tell you that it is the burying of Joy and Malice's former master, Kumasi, who died a few days ago. helping extract you guys from the underworld and a number of other knights of Anubis, that they were attacked by the zealots, the executioners.
Okay.
It seems like at some point in time, Kumasi was, well, rumored to have been killed and revivified at some point in time, and that was enough of a violation in their, you know, disfigured edict to put him down.
Interesting. Okay. Then I would find Oslam Durai and I would inquire about how much of these proceedings should we be following until we actually get the audience of the gods.
Oslam looks at you. He's dressed in his stuff. He's at this point he's kind of the head honcho of the show going on. People at this point in time are playing, some magical exercise kind of deal where they're both like throwing a ball up in the air and seeing who can hit who with it just through magical manipulation. There's a bunch of stuff going on. People are signing the registry that we're going to steal from Matt and Desi's wedding, down the line. Uh, that's where it ends up, obviously. And he will say that at the end, when everyone is gone, we will have someone come about to take this body. And that will bring us closer to the underworld without stepping into it than we ever could be. That would be a very good time for you to make a contact through the Duat with more than likely who you wish. I would hope.
Okay.
It's not a very common thing for someone to speak directly to the gods, you understand. I'm not sure how far your reach can go. Now, you, knowing that you've had quite the casual conversations.
Yeah.
With
it just
gods.
kind of happens.
But you get the idea that it's not supposed to happen that way, usually. But, surprise, surprise, in time. Eventually, time passes by, and the veiled woman approaches you. While hiding her visage, she greets you in a Jabaxi fashion. Usually glory unto Horus or blessings from Horus, in the old ancient Jabaxi language. And her son just kind of like lurches away as she approaches you to go off and do something else. But she looks over at you and makes herself known. May I ask your name?
All these bitches want to know my name. Oh, fuck. Okay. With my one arm, I'll extend it out to shake their hand, and I'll say, blessings of Horus with you as well. My name is Isaiah.
Isaiah, of Pharos, I hear. You're a long way from home.
It's been that way for some time now, so while the observation is accurate, it's a norm.
My people and me myself have paid a great price for you to come here again. I myself am the one who demanded that you be here in attendance to know what has been cost of our people to bring you back. Do not waste his sacrifice. And she departs. You hear Lyman in your backpack just, wow, that was wooed.
I'll whisper to my backpack, Lyman, it sounds like she's taking a couple of notes out of your book.
You hear him eating something in there.
Oh, man. I'll do a little hop with the backpack. I'll shake it a little bit.
Oh shit. Yeah, you definitely hear him compact a little bit more.
Yeah.
Oh, stop.
All right. At this point, I think I would proceed to the mummy itself and geez, I just don't know what are the common languages known in Jabaxi. Like, is there any that, like, what are the go-tos for the average Jabaxi native?
Obviously, the standard of Salian Common. Jabaxi is its own language.
Yep.
Dwarvish and Elvish is pretty common for the most part. Dragonborn is very, very rare, or Draconic. Celestial is not as uncommon as Dragonborn. Primordial is probably one of the most niche languages, and one of the few I believe you know as well.
Yeah, because I know Rima knew the Celestial, and I'm like, oh, he knows a lot. All right, he's a smart man.
He knows the Celestial for sure, and Sylvan, obviously, but you feel a little bit of a surge of magic upon your possessions, and the Book of Thoth seems to be reacting a bit.
God, I can't just take out. Taking out the Book of Thoth right now is kind of like, I don't know. It's like public flashing. Like, I don't know if you can really do that. You can't do that without repercussion. I'll start with this. I will lay out some of my religious symbols, such as my little Ankh, little Eye of Horus, some holy water, and I will basically say a prayer for Kumakis. That was his name.
Kumasi.
I'll say a prayer for Kumasi and hope for his peaceful transition into the afterlife through the Duat, and that he may have Osiris's and Anubis's favor. In addition, and this will all be done in Primordial, but I will specifically call out that his sacrifice will not be for the sake of my vanity, and that my mission will honor him, even if he were to never see the fruits of it from the field of reeds. And I will say this prayer, and after a certain time, I will pack up all of my religious pieces back away into the backpack. At this point, Lyman will probably be midway through the backpack as some stuff is on top of him. And I'll back away. I'll step away from the mummy.
Eventually, the celebration of life begins to die down, and incenses are lit to summon the presence of the gods here themselves, and people start to depart one by one, leaving eventually just you, Ion, Malice, and Joy as the last couple of individuals left over. with the final individual, this longingly powerful auraed individual, saying farewell to the two students in a respectful goodbye is the best way to describe that. She does not make eye contact with you or Ion, but looks at her two fellow sorcerers and eventually leaves with a teleportation with Rima.
Okay. Well,
And after that is done, the platform begins to rise and rise and rise, and you guys are eventually going up in the sky as very high as you can. But continue.
as I step away, I will speak to Malice and inquire about how it went with Ion.
Malice, he looks at you and he's like, I wish I could tell you. She took the cheeses. She smiled, but then she ate them all. She ate all of them. I don't even know if she tasted them, but she definitely liked the hot one. But I don't. This isn't the time or place. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll tell you later.
All right. All right. Well, appreciate it nonetheless.
It's just that there's not much. How do I know I did right?
All right. Later. And I'll then go over to talk to Joy, and I'll put a hand on her shoulder, and I'll say, I told your former master this, and I'll tell you this, that his sacrifice will not be for nothing.
She takes a deep breath, keeping it together this time, considering she's already shed so many tears. She smiles and nods over this reaffirmment that a mistake has not been made. You guys reach so high into the level of the sky that you're past the mountain, you're in the cloud level, and you see the stars for the first time in a long time.
It's beautiful.
You can tell that your tiefling friend is the one causing you guys to lift up at this point in time, and he's it's definitely something he's concentrating on with great effort at this moment.
Is it no moon, one moon, two moons, full moons? What are we dealing with here?
You see two of the moons at this point in time. One of them is obviously in its crescent form at this point in time. The other one is waning, I believe, as well.
Okay.
As you get above the cloud level, you see Ion in a new light. The moonlight shining down upon her. She begins to sparkle a little bit, and she's looking pretty good. She's glowing, quite literally.
Gosh, can we get a shorts check on Malice?
Oh, it's not going well for him.
Damn. Pulls out another pair out of his pants, or out of his pants. Having a pair of pants in your pants is crazy. Out of his pack.
This place is wild. It's a wild ass place, bro.
Yeah. Yep. I will. At this point, I think with the considerable less amount of people around, I think I would be comfortable enough to take out the Book of Thoth.
You take out the Book of Thoth. Obviously, the book itself just looks standard and blue from a regular standpoint, and as soon as you open it up and reveal itself, the faces make themselves known. You turn the page and you see what looks to be the depiction of Kumasi, the wizard, who fell in battle. You get a full in-depth look at this man. You see a number of things that he went through that was very pivotal in his life leading up to his death, where his rib cage was promptly removed from his body and he died.
Hmm.
Now, it would be very difficult to go into detail a man who is, in his upwards of 50s, to describe every pivotal thing he went through in life, but
Do it.
it starts off with kindergarten, bro.
All right. All right. What
God,
happened?
things were tough fighting over those toys, man.
Yeah. What happened in Foursquare?
Fucking insane. Oh, Foursquare, bloody noses everywhere.
Oh my goodness. He
Fuck
had
you,
hands.
man.
He had the
Fuck
hands.
you. Yeah, it's not fair when half orcs start playing though. Those kids, they're at 4 years old. They're 6'5". You become the ball.
Hmm.
But the Book of Thoth just kind of gives you information and an overview in a very rapid succession over who he was. He was honest for the most part. He had a number of regrets that he had, and towards the end, he just wished that you guys would survive this journey, with him just being uncertain that you guys even would at this moment in time. One thing that is made very clear to you, though, is that amongst these zealots and executioners that you see dressed in their garb, a number of them are dressed just like the mages and other sorcerers that you see and warriors about, but they have these masks upon their face, and the masks themselves have this enchantment and illusory gift to make their heads disappear except for the mask itself, giving them an option for disguise. And
Just
amongst them, you see the bone-like hag individual that promptly removed his ribcage from him, in the same way that he was pulling on the chain collided with your arm. A number of chains were collided with his ribs and removed.
yikes. Okay. Um. So the Book of Thoth, from my understanding, is context sensitive. It's not an. It's not a. It's an infinite source of knowledge, but it's only an infinite source of knowledge that you know. Kind of like an erection, it'll show itself when it feels like it. Um, with what
God,
you need.
we're gonna get flagged by so many people on
All
this
right.
episode.
Yeah, we're gonna get reported. Our audience
Yeah, we
is gonna
are.
be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yep. But Lisa's gonna stream this on Twitch, and then
Yeah,
she's gonna
exactly.
get banned, and then
Yep.
blame us.
Yep. It's just gonna be. It's gonna be like the Nike commercial or Adidas commercial where it's Kanye going, "What the
Oh.
fuck are you saying, Kobe Bryant?"
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
I think at
It
this.
is-
So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. It is context variable.
Yep. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, with the stars up above, this mummy in front of me that sacrificed himself in aid to get me out, as well as the map that I had contact with that let me let me, I would say, see things with regards to companions, compatriots, former, and all. I think I would say some prayers to some other gods, but I think I would do that also in Primordial because I don't necessarily know if I would want everyone here to hear what it's all about. I don't want them to take slight about like, oh, why are you praying to other gods, dog? So I think I'll start with a prayer for Ro, and I will ask Wanaso to help Ro with safe passage for wherever she may be going.
Okay.
It seems like she went to Jabaxi, but for the purposes of what and how she got there and all that type of stuff, I want to make sure that she's okay. And then I will pray towards uh, the Lost Father as well as Frelumi for Tangith, and to make sure that wherever he is now, he is okay, he is better, uh, and he's found peace with the journey that he's taken that yielded that inconclusive outcome that I witnessed with the map. And I think finally I will say a prayer to, looking deep into the stars and kind of exercising self awareness of what I'm kind of doing right now. I would pray to Niash, the stargazer, and I will pray to her for myself, for personal reasons, for reasons that I may not go into at the moment. And I'll say all these prayers to those people, and I think with that, I will be okay with my little prayer time. I think I've said a multitude of prayers now, so I think I'm good now. I'm like the D&D equivalent of Jesus out at the moment.
Well, as your platform begins to rise and rise, the pyramid-like force cage that was protecting it is unable to overlap at this height, and eventually you guys are far and above the mountain of Mount Baku. You can see an enormous amount of Jabaxi from this level in no fine detail, and eventually this sarcophagus begins to seal up. It's placed. You see Joy place this purple scarab ornament over the heart of Kumasi, and one hand on the forehead, says a prayer, and eventually Malice covers it himself, and with his geomancy seals it into one piece. Shout out to One Piece.
Jeez.
Ichiro Oda.
All
You're the
right.
best.
Shut the fuck up.
Uh,
All right.
And eventually, the sarcophagus itself begins to float.
That's kind of cool.
And Aslam Darai begins to enchant it with another magic, and it shoots at an alarming speed, or begins to shoot at an alarming speed down towards the underworld. And before that happens, time stops. And a split second goes by. And Isaiah, you're the only one at this moment in time who can actually move. And as in the moment that you blink, suddenly you see this jackal-headed individual standing before the sarcophagus with a hand on it, hurriedly writing down on a very long piece of scroll. This jackal individual is incredibly short, almost like halfling size. He's wearing a white garb, has an ankh tattooed on top of his head, and he's got goofy-looking floppy ears. And it's very clear to you that this guy is a compatriot of the underworld, particularly one individual who ferries some souls there himself and is always working Anubis.
I think I would step forward and not necessarily looking at him, but looking towards the mummy itself. I would say, I would look at the casket and I would say, you know, for a period of time, and it's not necessarily saying much because I didn't have a lot, but for a period of time, I would have given anything to be in that tomb, seeking safe passage to the afterlife and just have it all be over.
This little scribe jackal turns around and looks at you like, what the fuck? I'm sorry, you're talking right now. What the what is going on? Okay, I don't have time for all of this. How are you even doing this? What's going on here? What? I want to talk to you. Wait. And he sees the Book of Thoth glowing and just snatches it up real fast. Wait a minute. Wait. You have... I'm going to take this page, alright? I need this guy. I'm going to take care of this guy. You're Isaiah. You're Isaiah. You're the... What do they call you? Redeemer? Redeemed one? Redeemed one. Yeah. That's what Eset's calling you. Redeemed. They're not actually calling you that. That was a joke.
You know what else is a funny joke? Feeling like your life's threatened by your followers because they think you deserve death. That's been a really fun last 24 hours for me.
Yeah, shit. Well, you know, I can't do anything about that. I can send some signs. I can make some of them sick. I could, you know, I guess kill all of them if you really want me to do so. You want me to do that? You want me to kill them all? No, I can't kill them all. I'm not going to do that in the first place. Yeah, I get it. No, I get it. It's, yeah, everyone blames me, you know? It's a whole deal. Believe it or not, one of us jackals, we hold you when you die. It's either me or Set. You feed one jackal, you piss the other one off. I get the good souls, you know, that die in the fantastic fashions or of disease or anything like that. And anyone Set or his fucking worshippers kill, they get those souls. And believe me, I can't steal enough of them from him. But, I don't remember anything about you, and I've picked up a lot of Isaiah's, believe me. Thanks for this. He picks up the page of the Book of Thoth. This saves a lot of time, so this conversation can even happen. Because normally I have to look into this guy, make an assessment on his life, and send him down there with this evaluation, and then he goes through judgment based off of this stuff. But he's got a purple scarab, so none of it can really be held against him. I don't make the rules. I'm just out here following them.
So
yeah.
Well, let's talk about how busy you are.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Let's talk about how busy
Let's go ahead.
Well,
he gets up on the sarcophagus and he puts his feet on Malice while he's frozen in time.
Yeah.
Yep, let's do this. Let's lounge. Come on.
Yeah, so I'm not comfortable enough to sit on a fucking tomb and kick my feet up. So I think what I would do is I would like to turn the starry night skies into kind of my visage as I pull deep into my brain, and I would say problem number one, as seeing as you are one of the main gods of the underworld, despite having a job that requires you to travel for most of it. And I will show him the part of the underworld where there's a whole fucking Morgan Hag coven just trolling and fucking with shit down there. I would say, you know, this problem might be too small for the likes of you and how busy you are, but if you could, you know, let my one of my patrons, Osiris, know that this is something that's just kind of happening under his nose, and there's things regarding, you know, time traveling hags, you know, let's see, seedy underworld soul siphoning, and other gross magics that are all in the lake of fire in this coven down there. If that could be addressed at some point, that would be greatly appreciated. Those hags almost cost me my friend here, and I gesture towards the frozen ion, and
Yeah.
and I would say they almost literally cost me this eye, and I think long term, I think they could cost us a lot more pain. So let's just start with like an announcement for that. And let's see what else. Yes, I wanted to seek audience with the gods, but I guess time froze and.
Oh no, you got it. I'm here. Hey, what's up?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This'll work. This'll work. Give me a second here. Hang on. I want to revisit something that you just said. It seems like you are in a competing triathlon for set to get souls, and I'm curious if there's anything that I can do to curtail Set from getting the souls that are meant for the underworld.
All right. So this is how it works. First of all, he's ripping me off. I was the first jackal god. He should have been the fucking donkey like he was gonna be. But you know, he well is Set, so he's an asshole on default. And ironically, I actually have to thank him for the one thing he did do, which he looks around for a second in time. Don't tell him this if you ever see him. But when he killed Osiris, that actually alleviated a lot of the work that I had to do. And yeah, I get it. Those hags, big issue. Points at your forearm with the Sylvan runes. That is the main issue of why we can do nothing about it, is because A, we're here on a land that didn't originally belong to us, so it takes a long time for us to do anything with it. B, they travel through time with a means of Feywild bullshit, because for some reason a dead Archfey, Isaiah, he's dead at this point, was in charge of the flow of time. Each fucking realm of this stupid place we live works on its own time. He was the guy who was supposed to keep them all under one. And between the shimmering walls and all of that and his death, which whoever was responsible for that, oh my, you don't know how fast I would tear up the paperwork for that person. But the praise is that It was happening long before Jabaxi was here, I hope. At least I don't know. I don't know for sure. But Set, he steals my shit. He gave me Osiris. That was a big boon. Cool guy.
Osiris
He would
or
make...
Set?
Ironically, Set compared to Horus at this point in time, Horus is just so serious. He's just so serious all the time. He talks like he's an old folk, even though he's one of the youngest of the gods. He makes decisions based off of his rage towards Set. I honestly believe, and this is the most controversial point, but they can sue me and fire me if they want to. I don't think you can sue me in my position, but I think Set, if Horus didn't exist, would be a better king. Because he is less guided by this rage of unbridled anger that... I mean, obviously it led to him killing Osiris, but, you know, that was over. It was done. You know, he got what he wanted, and things were pretty chill. But now Horus has exacerbated the whole thing, and honestly, he's only making it worse for me because of all the people he's sending to impending doom. Yeah, so I heard about you and your friends from Osiris. That's coming around to the whole Set thing. He can't just take souls if they die. Right? He needs to do some type of invocation, this ritual to cause a betrayal, you know, certain things have to be met, and all of you guys need to die at once. Now, whoever made the stupid fucking decision of putting, what, was it like 5 or 6 paladins or whatever you guys were on the same group with a Leonin? What? That's just asking for you guys to get killed. Like, I get it. By all means, you guys with our, you know, battery backup power flowing through you, you're powerful, but that's not what makes a great team. You need to elaborate. You got to have different roles. So that was just a set, ironically, for destruction. But to be fair, that guy doesn't play fair. And if it wasn't for Sylvan, you guys would all be in his possession right now. So you should be very grateful, even though it had to come at the cost of him putting a greatsword through your chest.
Yeah, this is a new experience for me. I've never met anyone that had to lay witness to the inciting event. So having, you know, a deity play armchair shot caller for how everything unfolded seems misplaced, but I understand how you mean well. Ultimately, what happened there was for the best, and I think it's taken me a long time to realize that. What happened there was I don't even know if I still kind of difficult to talk about, but what happened there was ultimately a net positive despite the self-loathing that stemmed from it, and I couldn't even really feel self-loathing, but I'll say the existential apathy towards everything, including myself. And I'm working my way back from that point, I think, slowly. But yeah, no. I don't know about you, Anubis, but we don't all make the best decisions in the heat of the moment. And as you know, by the very nature of the job that you do, you are in a lot of heat and are needed in a lot of different moments, and it's hard to make the most optimal decision in every single one. Um, so I don't envy your job on that front, but I would also expect a little bit more, maybe compassion from your part, considering the circumstances. But maybe that's not your place. Maybe you're right. Horace is the serious one, albeit the youngest one, and you are the flippant, kind of always in a rushed one, despite despite the nature of your work involving eternity. Seems like you lack a lot of patience, but that's okay. We all have places where we need to grow and become better.
You want to know something? You want something that'll cheer you up? You wanted somebody from Osiris' side to take care of these hags. Now, the underworld is very dangerous, and you need to understand this. They have been hiding in a place that we were unable to see, a liminal space inside of a space that we never would have looked. And you want to know something? They were taken care of by someone who worked, at least remotely, with Osiris. You. They can't hide there anymore. We have their, well, little base of operations. My knights are currently escorting those other people outside of the underworld, and Met and Kel, despite that little trick that I was told they played on you, they're going to be reunited again eventually. I'm sure you'll see them in a few days here, assuming all things go according to plan.
That would be great. They were a dim light in a very, very dark moment. So that is appreciated. But I had a follow-up question. I was wondering, how does one gain audience with other gods? I think I, kind of asked, and I got you, and I'm enjoying this conversation greatly. But there are other conversations with other gods that I think need to be had, but it's not one thing. It's a very tricky thing to just get access to their very special time, and they're busy people. So I was wondering if you had any insight on that.
Anubis takes a very long look at you. His eyes flash multiple different colors, glow magically, and then he looks at you with a little bit of understanding. All right. I don't know what makes you you. I know that Horus and Osiris have their whole deal. I don't know the details, and if I did, I'm supposed to essentially, cause a whole summit deal and put them on blast, essentially, for causing another Akka incident. We can't have the gods immediately interfering with full-blown living mortals. Mind you, and this is what I think I realize makes you special. You are not living. By any means. You were done. But they did something to you that made you not quite dead either. And now you've been, over there. He points off to the east. You've been over there. You've been over there, and you've been over there. You've seen so much of the world at this point, and you've spent your time in Romy's Hill, and you even went through time. Kid, you're a miracle. You're You should not be alive. You shouldn't exist. But I'm staring right at you. By all means, I'm a deity. I'm spread so thin that I'm working in thousands of places at one time, gathering up these souls, spending what will be my only existence of just making sure that people are safe in the afterlife, to the point where maybe one day there's gonna be a single day where nobody dies. And then I will rest for a little amount of time, and then I will, yeah, I don't know what I'll fucking do because that'll never happen. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to the Salian gods, you want to get a hold of Ati. Thoth is the best way to do it. You found the book. Let me guess. Hags, right? Or was it here? In the
Oh,
deserts?
the hags definitely had it. The hags had a stash, let's say, of goodies. Um,
They always do. They always have everything, really. Either that or it's a fake.
well, you got the page from it, so I think it's real.
No, it's real. Yep. It's been a long time since I've felt his presence, but that's Thoth. You found his book. Now, Idalia, you're aware of, Pharos' political, magical, and divine leader, obviously, the speaker herself. She has the Rod of Tahuti, the other aspect of Thoth. Now, you get a hold of that, and it's a sure bet. You're going to find Thoth. Set clearly did something to him. He hid him away. He's not dead. I don't think he would have the power to put him down, but this would have been before he fought Horus the big time. And he was definitely a lot more powerful then. So here's the deal. Thoth is in the business of knowledge, obviously. Kid, you've turned Jabaxi on its axis more than once. You're causing so much to happen. Suddenly the web weaver's in Anubis' hands. This is a big step for a lot of people that cannot wait to see her come back. This is going to be big. You turn on the old heart of Jabaxi. You got your, little girlfriend there, and he points at Ion. And she's a lot more special than she realizes. She's not like Apep. She's not like Big A. She's better than him. Don't let her confuse that with anything else. You need to realize that, kid, you're going to make a lot of changes in this world, and Thoth is the guy to help you out. Now, Iset, she's already on your back. She's going to pull as much weight as she can to get you going. Osiris is basically turning a blind eye, and Horus, this might seem as a surprise or something wild. It's not going to be too long before he's going to start getting in your way. And kid, when you make it to Pharos, you better watch your back.
Yeah.
I can't share anymore because it's wrong of me to do so. It's your journey, and you're going to find out about your threats down the line. And I can't tell you how to do what you're doing because no one's done this. Akka, Rashad, nobody's gone this far.
Yeah, it's just trying to live up to what I'm supposed to be, I suppose. I'm not sure. Don't know how to respond to that. I just know, all I know is to keep going forward and to keep doing what's right. And I obviously knows that that is a source for a lot of wrong. But I think I hope to make a net positive difference when it's all said and done. So don't hold your breath yet. But I know that your time is limited. So I
You see him
won't.
start turning into sand a little bit too. He's like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would ask. Maybe this is out of your wheelhouse. You normally pick up the missing pieces and not necessarily replace them for a living. But I was wondering if you could potentially assist me in giving me a hand, and I would reach out my stump towards him, where a hand used to be at one point.
Well, can't say that this is anything I've ever done before, but I will. He's gonna take the web weaver and he's gonna go to the very tip of it at the edge of the blade,
Hey yo.
and he's gonna pull off a piece of the web, and he's going to pull it free from the Kopesh. It's gonna let the Kopesh free float as it just starts like, drifting off like it's going to outer space, and then it starts orbiting you. And you'll see him take his scroll and his quill, and he starts drawing what looks to be a hand with the web.
Interesting.
And he settles on this pitch black hand that matches his fur color. It's got pointed claw-like hands, golden claws, and he gives it to you.
I will take it. How do I interface with it? I don't think I can just simply just boop, just connect it like
by
Legos.
giving it to you, he puts it on your forearm, like directly, and
Okay.
it's attached.
It's binded.
Well, shit. I guess I didn't know I could do that, but no one's really asked me. At least not in person. But hey, usually Kepri's the one with involved with healing and rebirth. But look at that. I can do it too.
Hey, I'm grateful. I'm appreciative. I'm sure it'll be a eye catcher of sorts, but I can live with eye catcher, considering my circumstances. So, I want to say thank you, and thank you for your time. I'll extend the hand that he just gave me out to him to shake his, and
You see an ankh light up on the back of your hand in the same position as on his hand, which his hand is smaller, but
I will look at him and I'll say, if it ever comes to be that my time has come and I need to transpire to the afterlife in a more permanent sense, feel free to reach out to me when it comes judgment, and maybe we can arrange a situation where I can help you clean up the dead. I think I am kind of specifically qualified for that sort of position, considering I've been spending most of my time cleaning up after myself. So take that into consideration, but
I
obviously.
think I could use a guy, a buffer man, to maybe screen some people before they make it to me. That could give me a little more time to work on some things, strategize more, and maybe put that Redeemer title to good use for you. Maybe you'll put him through a trial.
I would be happy to talk out the further details once I cross that disparate bridge.
I'm going to ask you a favor, young man, before I go. I'm deteriorating into regular sand here. He's up to about like maybe half his torso and one arm. I want to have you deliver a message at a certain amount of time that you need to be very careful when you mention it. Okay?
Okay.
You need to tell Amun that he was not wrong with Ramsey. Okay? Don't tell him it right away, but there's going to be a time probably where he's going to confront you about something. If he's ever down in the dumps or anything like that happens and he's about to give up, it's going to be a sensitive subject to bring up to him, but you need to be that focal point that can tell him that Ramsey was wrong. And he's waiting for him.
I will keep that in mind, and I'll be sure to not bring it up until it's the appropriate time.
All right, make sure you kill the hags and you kill the executioners. And then he just falls into a ball of sand.
Oh, man. There's nothing quite like the gods filling up your plate. Some more. I'll just kind of say out loud to myself. And I think I will just take a moment, and for what little time I have, I'll try to take in my surroundings as time is sitting perfectly still, and technically this moment is forever, and yeah, I will just take it all in, I guess, and watch.
It is a beautiful night. And even though you're surrounded by a few people, you are entirely alone at this moment. And eventually, after a short amount of time, a period of peace dissolves, and the sarcophagus is once again rocketing ahead towards the mountain itself. And everyone is watching as it goes by. Moving once again. Oslam Durai just looks over at the sarcophagus once it lands, and a spectral light takes it past your point of view. And he begins to lower the platform, seemingly exhausted from the exertion of all of this. He lands promptly and takes a knee for a minute, and Malice attends to him, and Joy just looks over at you guys. All right, I hope you guys had enough to eat and everything. I believe the Squeaky Genie was in port this morning, so they're going to more than likely be on ground at this point. So we'll start making our way back. We'll teleport back to the temple and see what we can do from there. How about that? just stay close and don't. And Oslam speaks up. Wait. Isaiah needs some time alone to pray.
I would look over to Oslam and I would say, take your time, brother.
And suddenly everyone just looks at you with a little bit of confusion and shock. And they all hold up their left hand and tap it. What?
I would look at them and I would say, I would look at Oslam actually, and I would say, I asked for an audience with the gods, and I gained audience with a god, and we spoke about a multitude of things, and one of them being, I'm going to need a hand if I'm going to continue my mission. And whether they took that in the figurative or literal sense, doesn't matter. They gave me a hand, and that's where this came from.
I can't really understand, but I'll take your word for it. I'm starting to understand why Ion and Amun are following you at this point, Isaiah.
I'm just a man with a plan.
Well, I hope that plan revolves around us getting home. So, I think it's about time.
Say your prayers and we'll be ready to depart.
They all begin to pray. Ion attempts to participate and just kind of does her best to mimic. And eventually, you guys make your way back to the teleportation circle.
Okay. I'll wait for...
Unfortunately, yeah, Oslam can't do the teleportation this time, so Malice takes over the incantation. And you guys find yourself back in the temple of Iset.
Interesting. Okay. And now we're back, and... What time is it? It's probably late in the night.
It's very late in the night at this moment in time.
Is Amun with us?
Amun was not with you guys.
Okay. Then in that case, I would ask Oslam if Ion and myself could seek refuge in a spare room that they may have, considering the dangers that were presented towards us about the nighttime.
Oslam straightens himself. He dusts himself off from taking his knee, and he says, "You may stay here if you wish, but Joy can also bring you back to the tavern if you wish as well. All depending on where you choose."
I think for the night, I think it would be appropriate to stay here, just with the funeral and everything, just to be close to the gentleman who gave up his life for us to be here.
In that case, I cannot argue with that. I will, however, warn you that our food is far more terrible than anything you would have there. So, follow me. And he starts walking you in towards the quarters.
Nice, nice, nice.
Eventually, Joy, she's going to essentially go off on her own. Malice, however, sticks around with you, Oslam, and Ion, and they show you guys to your rooms.
Sure.
Far more humble than, the tavern itself.
Yeah. Yep. Minimalist lifestyle.
Yeah, these are not squeaky genie rooms. They're very loosely adorned. There's only the necessities here.
Some would say the bare necessities.
Yes, they would.
Good. Good.
And if you have nothing else to do, eventually Ion starts to. Well, actually, it doesn't take her long. She's immediately like. You hear her go into her room, and then she collapses on a bed, and you hear snoring.
Yeah, that's
Without
Ion.
even shutting the door.
Yeah. Yeah, good for her. Good for her. Live your best life, Queen. I'll shut the door for her. And then I think, yeah, I'll talk to Malice more about how it went with Ion. Since she's snoring, she can't eavesdrop.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, you'll find Malice over in not the quarters part, but a place where people prepare things. Looks like funeral rites for the most part here. And he's just standing guard at this point. Oslam seems to have gone off on his own into his own quarters.
Okay, I'll approach Malice and I will start to say, you were about to continue about how things went with Ion, but we were reminded about there were bigger things happening at present time. So if you'd like to continue, I would be gladly willing to discuss.
There's always a bigger picture in the end of the day. Yeah. Uh, Ion is a very regal woman, I would say. She seems so new to the world. It's hard to get a read on her, if I'm being honest. It's alarming.
She is a foreigner, so yeah, you gotta understand she's getting adjusted to a lot of this stuff.
She must know some people from Jabaxi because she talks old-fashioned sometimes. And she talks really fast and then slow at other moments in time. How do you know her? Did you grow up together?
No, she's a new friend of mine, and we met actually on an expedition through Jabaxi. She is a cultural anthropologist of sorts, and she really much cares for the people of Jabaxi and ultimately wants what's best. But at present time, she's here to aid me in my mission, and she's going to help me get it done, uh, whatever it takes.
I haven't told many people this, but I have something I definitely want to tell you, Isaiah. I'm afraid for you. Not because of what you're doing, but because of how people are going to react. And you'll never know the full details of it, but Oslam is working day and night to make sure that the fellow chairman and Mages Guild does not get their hands on you.
The only people that are entitled to having their hands on me at this time is my companion Mowgli my companion Ion, my uncle Amun, and the people of Pharos. So, just make sure Oslam knows that if the mages here so deeply seek an audience with me, and I say audience with the most positive spin on it that I can offer, just know that it may not go the way we would all want it to go.
Without knowing it, you made a very wise decision tonight. We have to keep moving you. For the obvious reason of security. I'm going to say that you need to know that this temple is by all means the safest place for you and Ion. No one can touch you here without paying for it with their life. But we can't keep you at the tavern, the Squeaky Genie, every night without moving either the platform's location or having it make port on ground to refill supplies it needs to be.
I understand. I don't
Not
plan.
to say that you're weak. I'm just saying
Call me a
collateral
bitch.
damage. Yeah. I mean, you are human, so I'm just saying, you're not quite as built as me or Ion, but,
Look, things would have went differently if I gave Ion that cheese. That's built different, brother.
Whoa, hey, hey, hey.
Foul ball, foul ball, party foul. But no, I agree. I will remind Malice that I am not long for the city of the dead. I have some things that are being made for me, but as soon as those things are made, my journey takes me elsewhere.
Then I'm going to give you a proposition. Me and Joy are going to leave with you for Pharos. And I'm going to tell you why. It's very simple. Those letters in your pack that we found you with, they were proof that there are liars here and in Pharos that have been causing issue between our cities for years. So, no more correspondence. We're going to talk face to face, me and Joy as representatives, with their representatives, when you walk there. Plus, you wouldn't survive a minute outside in that desert anyways, and you can't get past the scarab wall either without being torn apart. So, either way, you're going to need us.
Well, if I am sworn to have you and Joy be part of my journey, then I must let you know in a moment of transparency that you will be made privy to the burden of truth. And
Truth.
once we leave this city and we are on our way to Pharos, I will take that as a binding agreement that you are a part of this group, and I will let you know the truth.
He puts a hand out. His left hand this time.
I'll put out my left hand, my blackened left hand.
He grabs yours. It's a deal.
Then it's a deal. Dap each other up.
Yep.
And I don't think there's anyone else that I need to speak to tonight. You said Joy left?
Joy left. She's not on the guard duty. That would be Malice tonight.
Okay. Okay. Then in that case, I will begin to take my long rest.
All right. You go to take your long rest. Roll me a perception check, Isaiah.
Perception check. 7 total.
There's a number of vermin and mice that have infiltrated this room.
Yeah.
And proceed to squeal and fight amongst each other. On occasion, you'll hear some of the monks walking about the hallways and such. It's difficult to get comfortable in this temple just due to how foreign it is to you. And you suddenly hear a clanging in your room that wakes you up in the middle of the night. And the Kopesh has fallen on the ground.
The Kopesh has fallen on the ground. I think in a moment, I guess I would test my new ability to summon the Kopesh back to my hand.
You summon the Kopesh back, it goes right into your palm.
And as soon as it touches my palm, I'll close my eyes and feel out. And cast Divine Sense.
Oh boy. You cast Divine Sense in this place. As you do so, you become very, very aware of the string, the web at the very edge of the blade. You know that one is connected to the temple and to the map itself, but one has appeared at the bottom of the hilt of your Kopesh and is slightly tugging on it and seems to be the cause that made it fall in the first place.
Can I gauge where that web is going from here?
It leads out your door, initially.
Is this a web that I can tug back?
Yeah, you can tug it back, but I should also say, since you did cast Divine Sense, you are made privy to the enormous amount of magic that's inside this temple, obviously dedicated towards Eset for the most part.
Yep.
A very strong presence of a gigantic undead outside of this temple that you feel like is inside of the sarcophagus. And it becomes very apparent to you that that thing is, at this point in time, subdued and stopped, but is emanating an insane power.
This is fascinating. I would begin to exit my room and follow the direction of where that web is leading to that pulled the Kopesh onto the ground.
You follow this strand and web, and you get all the way down the hall towards the entrance of the temple. It's dimly lit. Your Divine Sense also triggers a detect thoughts that is currently flowing through your head right now. And you suddenly feel the tug on that strand just kind of lets up, but it's going in the same direction as the map room. and the one that's at the tip of the blade.
Uh, I'm going to, for the sake of revisionist history, I'm going to say that I already suited up and have my shield on me and all that type of stuff. This is what I'll do. I'm going to go into my pack, rummage deep into it, probably at the very bottom at this point, and I'm going to pull out a half asleep, half pissed off Lyman, I can assume. And
Oh yeah, he's snoring.
yeah.
He's snoring.
And I'm going to ask him to wake up and investigate who or what is in the map room ahead.
Oh shit. Okay. I will do so. But keep in mind, and then he turns invisible. I'm the best. And you hear him flapping away.
God bless. So I'll let him play forward scout, and I will cautiously be here.
That's a good move. Eventually, Lyman comes back after a few minutes, and he doesn't make himself known to you, but you feel him rest on your backpack.
Okay.
Isaiah, there's a dead body in the map room. It looks like a monk.
Oh, man. I will now go to the map room, and I will investigate.
As you go and enter into the map room, you see the slowly fading image that was upon it, and it looks like a sleeping Oslam Durai.
Can I make an insight check if Lyman thought he saw a dead body? Why I think I'm seeing a sleeping Oslam Durai?
You see a sleeping Oslam Durai, which is the most apparent thing in the map room because the map itself is, I should say, 15 feet tall and 15 feet wide. But leaning against the wall is this currently uncloaked monk, short hair, a number of Iset fineries and jewelries, with a sickeningly disgusting twisted arm, twisted leg, a fully removed face, and what looks to be two very, very green puncture marks with a type of venom, possibly, that has been injected into the veins of this individual. Whoever did this was vicious.
Can I ID the monk? Do I know them, or is it random?
No face. It's been promptly removed.
Oh yeah, that's right. Duh.
Looks like it was bitten off.
Can I utilize the map similar to how I did before?
At this point in time, I'll say that a day has passed, so yes, you can. You get 3 little choices here.
I'm going to look at... I think first I'm going to look at... I'm going to check if Malice is okay, because he took first watch.
You focus on Malice, it immediately, it doesn't have to go far, it focuses on the city, and you see Malice shouting at guards somewhere outside of the temple. He looks to be wounded. He looks like he was also bit by something that had that same green effect upon his body. Looks like he was bit on the forearm, and he's holding his left arm in pain, but he looks like he's fine for the most part, and he's telling guards to go in certain directions and look. But you don't get audio.
Yeah. Yep. Not in the functionality of this. In this. I don't even fucking know. I've tried to make a joke. It just fucking failed horribly. Anyways, I'll edit that
The
out.
CCTV
Yeah, I'll
measure.
edit that out. Yep, exactly. Got to get the school IT in here.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think the next person I would focus in on is, let me pull up their name. I am going to focus on Rima.
You focus on Rima.
Yes.
Okay. The Centaur captain.
Yes.
You will see Rima out and about in the middle of the night at this point in time. He seems to be shooting his bow amongst a number of other warriors at what looks to be these jackal-like figures that you are very familiar with your father fighting in the past when you have visited him in a very similar fashion.
Okay.
Very far away from the city at this point.
Then, geez, I think I'm gonna burn the last one on. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'll attempt. Can I focus in on the lady that caught Ion's attention when we initially began the funeral rites for the mummy?
Boy, that's a good one. That's very good. I like that. I was not expecting that one.
Good.
Spoilers.
Good.
So right now, thinking about it, it's nearly morning at this point. She is focusing. She's focused in on, and you see her. For a second, it just focuses on the city of Chiraku, and then suddenly it goes into a place in the sky that is invisible, and it enters in that temple that you saw with the large symbols of Thoth, Tahuti, and Iset on, and you see her talking with what looks to be a number of cloaked mages that were eyeballing you at the funeral.
Okay.
And she looks like she is under duress at this point in time, and magics are starting to rise up in between them.
Okay. So I can't conclude. There's a lot of shit going on, but I have no idea, like, who started it, who's the instigator, I don't know. There's a lot going on.
You feel a tug on the Kopesh again.
Can I look down at the Kopesh and see what direction it's leading into?
It looks like it's going into the back of the temple, back the way you came from.
Back the way I came from. Okay.
Back towards the sleeping quarters.
Before I follow down that path, I think what I'm going to do is... let's see what I have for spells. If I can... Do characters automatically fail saving throws if they're sleeping?
Not necessarily the mental stats like wisdom, intelligence, or charisma, but it's usually a case of like dexterity, strength, and not constitution usually. I'll say disadvantage for constitution, possibly, but
Yeah.
I'll say dex and strength. Yeah, more than likely.
Okay.
Any hit on them would be an instant crit. So on and so forth.
Okay. Then in that case, I'll just wake up. I will wake up Oslam, and I will ask him, Oslam, what are you doing out here? Why are you sleeping?
You hurry out into the hall, over to where you believe Oslam to have been sleeping.
Oh, I
And
thought
you
he was
see
sleeping
a
in the map room.
No, he went to his own quarters. There's a dead body in the map room without a
Oh,
face,
okay.
and you find yourself in the presence of a couple of monks that are just essentially going around doing their things early in the morning. And you eventually see this monk with a decanter of water of some kind making its way towards Oslam's room, and you see the web going straight into their back as they open the door to Oslam's room. I will say the robe themselves that they're wearing does look a little torn.
How far are they from me?
About 60 feet. You see it from a distance.
Then I will. If I see that, I'm going to extend the Kopesh out, aim it straight at the back of the person that has the web in their back, and I am going to cast Hold Person. And for the verbal component, I'm going to be saying that in Primordial.
Okay. You cast. What is your DC?
The DC is going to be a Wisdom 15.
Wisdom 15. We're gonna make this with disadvantage just due to the shock of it. I'm gonna say. I just dropped one of my d20s on the ground. 4 dice don't count. And that is a 19 and a 7 on the dice, which is not going to pass.
Okay, then they... Do they redo the saving throw? Oh yeah, so at the end of each turn it can remake the saving throw. So let's just pretend that we're in some sort of pseudo initiative.
It is a pseudo initiative, which
yeah.
you have a choice.
Yeah, I would take the full movement. I can't take a dash action since I technically casted a spell, so I would just take the 30 feet and I would try to close the distance. He would get another opportunity to roll a wisdom saving throw before I catch up with the last 30 feet.
Yep.
So
I will roll it. Standard roll. $15, you said?
Yep, 15.
Isaiah, how close do you get before he rolls?
If he is 60 feet away from the initial cast, he would be 30 feet away when he makes... I would be 30 feet away by the time he makes his next save.
He manages to break free of the hold person and immediately turns to look at you. You see a face on him that is not quite perfect in its illusion, that it's attached to his own. And it drops the decanter of water on the ground that was on the platter. And it spreads its legs out as you see this spider-like torso make itself known to you. And it gets really low to the ground and begins to lunge. And we'll cut it off right there for next time.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Okay. Well, that was There's a lot going on here, Ray. There's a lot of drama in the city. The Jabaxi tabloids are gonna go nutso with this one.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. JJJ, Triple J, he's gonna go crazy, bro.
Oh my
he wants
gosh.
pictures of Spider-Man, baby.
Yeah.
Never been
Jesus.
more appropriate.
That's beautiful. Awesome. Well, let's talk about favorite parts of the session or things we didn't expect. Ray, if you'd like, you can start.
I would like to say I need a minute to assist somebody real quick with bringing some things into the house. So
All right.
that is my. And I bet you didn't expect that.
I
So
didn't
there you
expect
go.
that, bitch. All right, fine. BRB.
Yeah.
So, Ray, what do you think? What do you think?
I think it was once again another good session. I like the city of Chiraku and a number of the changes that you have done already at this point in the city. Just by being there is always fun to think about. I always love to make a whole system and then, have you guys interrupt it whenever you guys play.
Beautiful. I'll say I think a fun little mini game that you have is that little scrying mechanic that refreshes daily. Because yesterday it was like, in air quotes, the yesterday in D&D time, you got the sentimental stuff with like, okay, where are my friends at? What are they doing? All that. This one was like the purposes of, okay, let's find what's at the heart of this without any context clues. I just know something's wrong. Someone died. So let's just see where potential key figures would be who would come into this temple and decide to get up to shenanigans that involve ripping off a monk's face. And so, without knowing nothing, having to pick 3 people that may be involved, I thought that was very fun. I almost considered suggesting the dwarf that had removed my eye from the session earlier to see what she was doing, because I'm like, if a poison was concocted, I could see a world where she just took that thing, mashed it up, and she's like, oh, this would make an excellent poison to just sell off to someone else. But I'm like, if a face was ripped off, I don't think it was just assassin work. Like, it was an entire, something got ripped off, something got actual something visceral occurred, and poisons are typically used in a fashion for subtlety. So when they're used in tandem with something visceral, I don't typically think that it would be someone who would be with that dwarf buying her black market poison. But so that was really fun. That was cool. I was very shocked by meeting Anubis. I didn't know what I expected. In fact, I had very little expectations. I actually just wanted to seek audience with the gods, and I said that kind of, I don't want to say I did it flippantly, but I don't necessarily think I had a goal in mind. I think what I had perceived was, because of the temple being kind of Iset related, and also having the symbols of Thoth with the crane and the baboon on it, I was like, okay, maybe if I ask one of these members to get audience with the gods, maybe that means I could talk to Thoth somehow. So that's what I was thinking. So when I just show up and I'm like, it's Anubis, I'm like, oh wow, okay, I didn't expect this. Now I don't necessarily know what the conversation's gonna be about, but then I thought about, like, what would I say to Anubis, the gatherer of souls? And that's when, I had that initial line about, like, for the longest time I would have given anything for this to be me, and just to have a kind of peaceful transition into the afterlife.
Yeah.
And so that was, like, straight from the heart of the character. And then everything else was freestyle, because now I have to have a conversation with him, and I'm like, dog, I actually don't know what to say to you. You seem like a busy man. I have some needs, but it seems like you're so busy that I don't even know if you can fulfill any of my needs. So it was like, freestyle, bang bang, let's just see what happens.
Oh yeah.
So what do you
I will
think
say
about
I was
that?
not expecting you to ask for an audience with the Salian gods, because that was a moment of interest.
I was not asking for a moment with the Sailing Gods, but I was how I think this is where Isaiah is very progressive. Jabaxi native, Jabaxi gods, two patrons, Osiris and Horus, trying to save Jabaxi, do all that type of stuff. Cool. Uh, he doesn't impose his relationships with his gods onto others. And so when he prays for other people, he does that to their realm of gods. So that's why I specifically called out like the Lost Father, for Lumi, all that. I forgot what her name is, Naisha the Stargazer or something like that.
Nyash, yeah.
Nyash. That's why I specifically called them out, because I'm like, I'm dealing with people that exist outside of the scope of Jabaxi, so I need to be talking to the gods that exist outside of the scope of Jabaxi as well. And so that's why I specifically called them out. And I did that out of respect. I think I recall Tangoth not necessarily being a spiritual creature, but nonetheless, he needed some prayer, and I know Ro worships Ati, but at the time, with where Ro was at based on the map, I think it was appropriate to say a prayer that was specifically reaching out to. I think I said Wanaso actually, and I called them out because those are the goddesses of passage. So I'm like, okay, that would make sense for where Ro is currently at in her journey, to call that out. And then obviously the Nyash call out, that was for Isaiah, but the reasons why he reached out to Nyash was equivalent. There was no Jabaxi equivalent, at least in Patrick's mind. So Nyash made sense to reach out to in that moment. And again, I won't get into those reasons because we're being recorded right now.
I understand, but I don't. But I understand.
Good. So yeah, I thought that was a really cool moment, and honestly, on a meta level, what was happening was I wanted the book I wanted to get more lore on Akka, because I know Akka is a Jabaxi legend created by yours truly. So I wanted to see if I could get any deets on that. And so in the search for finding deets on Akka, I found the rest of the lore document that went into the gods, and so I'm like, oh my gosh, I have the primer right here. I have all the material that I could use for the purposes of lore. So like when I was gazing at the stars, that's what I called out the how many moons are there, because I'm like, I totally fucking forgot that Ray built out his world to have 2 moons. So let me call that out, and then let me just keep name dropping these other gods that are right here in this lore document, because fuck it, we ball. I have all this information at my disposal. Some of the stuff I obviously don't like call out, because I'm like, I don't, just because it's here in this document doesn't necessarily mean that Isaiah knows it. But I think canonically that it would be appropriate that Isaiah would have at least heard of Akka, and then from his time in Salia, he would have at least known about the Salian gods.
I mean, you had the rod of the Winged Redeemer for quite the while, so if you didn't know that was tied to Akka in a past tense sense, she's the Winged Redeemer in her age.
I do remember Akka having a role somewhat with the Winged Redeemer. I just forgot because it's been so long.
Yeah, it's all lost to legend at this moment in time, so, whatever people would know, it would be past tense, or, very elderly, long-lived individuals that remember snippets of these people. If they remember, that is.
They remember the montages.
Yeah. Some of them do.
Phase. Yeah, but other than that, let me think if there was anything else. I wanted to have a shopping trip because we're, 12, 11 episodes in, and we haven't had a little bit of a shopping episode. So I wanted to do some shopping. Now, granted, I had very limited mileage with 20 gold. So I didn't know how far I was going to be able to get, but I knew that I just wanted to see what I could possibly manifest for myself. And considering that the nature of this these circumstances with the city and all dictate that I'm being watched, potentially stalked, followed, whatever. I wanted to have a bit more subtlety in the in Isaiah's getup, so I was like, okay, well then, we're just gonna see if we can turn my weaponry into bracers that can always be wielded. So that's where that idea came from. I just wanted to be able to have all of my stuff, but still be able to maintain a level of a low profile.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah, so that's why I did that. But otherwise, I don't know. There was nothing really. We didn't really take any big swings like story wise, where it's like, holy shit, that completely caught me off guard, or all that type of stuff. So I don't think there was anything that like really rocked my metaphorical cock off. But nonetheless, it was still a fun time, anyways.
Yeah, you can only raise the stakes and give out so much information before it just becomes mundane. So it was good to have you and Ion just kind of like living in the city, which is what she wanted to experience for the first time, and just to give a good sense of what the people are like,
Yeah.
whether they're exceptional or not. I mean, everyone is exceptional in their own right, whether it's Sezagora with running that fucking part of the shop, and a doctor who's got some small amounts of magic that makes enough way of working legitimately and illegitimately.
Yeah, that's a good
You know,
question. That's a good point. Did you expect me to try to get rid of the hag guy?
uh, not this soon. I was hoping to entrance you to make you think it was more useful as revealing certain things, because it would be for the markings of these hags, which obviously you won't have the ability to see them anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time you brought up, like, ooh, look at what you can see now, like, that was cool, but it was also like, those bitches got a 4K GoPro in my
Yeah.
head.
No, you're not wrong.
And I'm
You're
like,
not.
I don't like that. I don't like that. Especially if I do the dirty deed, they would be able to witness that. And I can't,
Oh God, yeah.
not in good conscience. Can't allow
It's
that.
yeah, it's a case of like it did have benefits and it had a lot of deficits as well. But I will say that had you had the eye at the funeral, it would have changed some things. There would have been different interactions.
I think that's for the best. I know you're trying to tease me right now, but I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm shook. I'm shook. I thought I was gonna get swung on randomly at some point in the episode. I'm like, I'm waiting for it. Someone
That was
like,
the atmosphere, yeah.
yeah. I was like, when Ryan was like, lift up your tongue, little bitch. I'm like, oh fuck. If I don't do this, am I gonna get swung on right now? So I'm like, when is the hat gonna drop? Because I know that at some point, Ray's gonna be like, all right, guess what? You got caught. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Get these hands.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a political scandal when it came, or a social scandal when it came to him just openly asking you to do that. And he tried to make it look like it was, just you two laughing about a joke that, they didn't hear. However, those who are in the know, and which you are not, there's a reason behind him doing so. But yeah, part of it is the experience of like, some people know that you are the essential trade-off for losing this wizard who was teaching the next generation of most powerful sorcerers in Chiraku, and they're like, "This is the fucking guy we got instead of Kamasi." Really?
Oh, yeah. I can't help what I am, man. I am
Which
what I
you
am.
know, his wife can only be oh so content with it in general.
Yeah.
And her son didn't want anything to do with it. He was gone. He was like, "Fuck this."
Oh, so that woman that caught Ion's eye, that was the dude's wife?
No, no, the veiled woman was the dude's wife.
Okay, okay.
The woman who caught the eye and has that aura of love around her. She is tied to Kamasi as well, but I can't reveal it quite yet.
Okay, alright. Keep your secrets, bitch. Um, but yeah, no, it was a really fun, I wasn't trying to metagame, but I also was trying to understand that, like, you are not safe here, and you're barely tolerated, so careful steps, don't do anything too risky, and don't be shocked if someone, Chris Will Smiths you in the middle of the street or something like that. Like that could very
Yeah.
well happen. So I had that half expectation of like, okay, and that's why I didn't want to go to the tavern, because I'm like, I know it's nighttime, I know shit happens at night, this is risky, so let me just um, stay here. I avoid a lot, and also I say this very loosely, but my friends are here in the form of Joy and Malice. So um, it's just the most responsible thing for me to do is to stay here.
It was a very good move because that also would have changed things as well because you like you said, things are a little tense here. Obviously some people are going to be ignorant to your position and some people are going to be far too wise and some will take assumptions, you know?
Yeah.
They only know so much and they're like, "Oh, okay. Okay."
Who knows what would happen if Spider-Man was left to his own, free will, his own devices, if I did not spend the night in the temple. So
You know?
who knows what would
I'm just
happen.
saying. It was already said that he's kind of the thing standing in between you and some others.
Yeah, yeah. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Fingers crossed. You can only hope. God damn it.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a good session. If there's nothing else you would like to add, we can wrap it up here, and we can keep it pushing.
I think that's it.
All
I
right.
think we're good.
Well, thank you everyone for listening to this installment of Reclamation. We'd like to take a moment to say thank you to our sponsors, NordVPN.
Oh god.
All right, never mind. Just kidding. All right, no sponsors. We're not that rich. Anyways, have a good one. Have a good night, everyone. All right, bye bye.
Good night.